There was a night when you were 7 years old and someone you loved tucked you into bed for what would turn out to be the last time, but you didn't know it was the last time. You were warm under the covers, safe in the ritual of goodnight kisses and whispered dreams, completely unaware that childhood was already beginning to slip through your fingers like water. You couldn't have known. We never know when the last time is the last time. We live forward, not backward, and the moments that will matter most to us are often the ones we're too busy living to notice, are already becoming memories. This is the peculiar cruelty and beauty of being human. We exist in a constant state of loss that we mistake for permanence. Every moment we experience is simultaneously a birth and a death, the birth of memory and the death of now. Every person we love is slowly saying goodbye to us through the simple passage of time, and we're saying goodbye to them, and none of us are aware we're doing it because we're all so busy believing that tomorrow will be essentially the same as today. Nothing lasts forever, but some things don't even last long. We spend our lives learning to hold on, to people, to feelings, to versions of ourselves that feel solid and permanent. We build our identities around what we possess, what we control, what we can count on to remain constant. We photograph our children because we can sense them changing even as we watch. We save ticket stubs and love letters because we know that even joy is temporary. We cling to routines because they create the illusion of stability in a world that is constantly rearranging itself around us. And then, slowly or suddenly, we discover that time has no handles. Everything we love is borrowed. Everything we cherish is on loan from a universe that never promised to let us keep anything permanently. The people who matter most to us are temporary visitors in our lives, just as we are temporary visitors in theirs. The feelings that define us are weather systems passing through the climate of consciousness. Some lasting seasons, others barely lasting hours. This isn't a meditation on failure. It's not about what we did wrong or how we could have held on tighter. This is about the beautiful, terrible truth that impermanence isn't a flaw in the design of existence, it's the design itself. Loss isn't the opposite of love, it's love's inevitable companion, the shadow that gives love its shape and urgency. Letting go isn't giving up, it's participating in the most fundamental rhythm of being alive. And if everything lasted forever, nothing would matter. If we could keep every moment, every feeling, every relationship exactly as it was, we would never learn to pay attention. It's the knowledge that this is temporary. This conversation, this sunset, this person's presence in our life that makes us present to it. It's the understanding that we can't save any of this that teaches us to savour all of it. What follows is a gentle inventory of the ephemeral, a soft accounting of all the things that pass through our lives like sunlight through glass, illuminating everything while they're here, then moving on to illuminate something else somewhere else. These aren't lessons about how to hold on better, they're invitations to find beauty in the letting go, to discover that impermanence isn't what makes life tragic, it's what makes life precious. The moments we're about to explore together are the ones that pass before we realise they mattered. The fleeting instants that become precious only in retrospect, only after they've already slipped beyond our reach, the last time someone tucked you in. There was a final night when small hands pulled blankets up to your chin, when a voice you trusted said goodnight one more time before you grew too old for tucking in. The room was dim except for the hallway light spilling across the floor, and the house around you was settling into its nighttime sounds, the refrigerator humming, a clock ticking somewhere, the distant murmur of adult conversation drifting up from downstairs. You were thinking about tomorrow, school, friends, the cartoon you wanted to watch. You had no idea you were living through an ending, that this ordinary Tuesday night was actually a conclusion disguised as just another bedtime. The person doing the tucking probably didn't know either. They were just following the familiar rhythm of bedtime, unaware that childhood was concluding itself one ordinary night. Now, years later, you can still feel the weight of those blankets, the safety of that voice. The last moment when being cared for felt as natural as breathing. But you can't go back to that bed, can't shrink back into those pajamas, can't unknow everything you've learned since then about how fragile safety actually is. The moment before your name was called, there was a split second of suspension, maybe in a doctor's office, maybe at a graduation, maybe in a courtroom or an auditorium, when your name was about to be spoken and your life was about to change, but it hadn't happened yet. You could see them preparing to speak, could sense the significance gathering like electricity before a storm. In that pause, you existed in the space between before and after, still carrying the person you were about to stop being. Your heart was already beating faster because you sensed something important was coming, but you couldn't yet know what. Hope and terror lived in equal measure in your chest, both convinced they knew what was coming. Those seconds stretched like eternity, pregnant with possibility and uncertainty. Every future you had imagined for yourself lived simultaneously in that moment, and then your name was called, and the moment collapsed into whatever came next. Good news or bad news, celebration or devastation, but certainly change. The person who heard their name called was already different from the person who had been waiting to hear it. A glance that meant everything, and then was gone. Across a crowded room, on a subway platform, in the hallway at work, your eyes met someone else's eyes, and something passed between you that had no name but felt like recognition. Not the recognition of someone you knew, but something deeper, the recognition of possibility, of understanding, of the simple miracle of being seen by another human being in a world that usually looks right through you. For that moment, the universe narrowed to the space between two sets of eyes, and everything else, the noise, the crowd, the responsibilities waiting for you, faded into background. You were about to speak, about to smile, about to move toward them through the crowd. But then someone stepped between you, or a train arrived, or a phone rang and the moment shattered like glass. You looked for them again, but they were gone, and you were left with just the memory of a connection that felt important, but had lasted exactly as long as it took to recognize it. A laugh that ended too soon. Someone you loved was telling a story, building toward the punchline with animated gestures that meant they were really enjoying themselves. You were already smiling, caught up in their delight, watching their face light up as they reached the funny part, and then they laughed. Really laughed. The kind of full-body, helpless laughter that starts in the belly and takes over the entire being. You found yourself laughing too, not just at the story, but at their laughter, at the pure pleasure of being in the presence of someone who was completely alive to the moment. For those seconds, everything was light and easy and perfect. But laughter can't sustain itself forever. It peaks, and then it breaks, leaving behind only the echo of shared joy and the warm afterglow that comes from connecting with another person through humour. A summer night that smelled like forever. The air was thick with the perfume of cut grass and barbecue smoke, honeysuckle and the faint sweetness of fruit ripening on trees you couldn't see. Windows were open everywhere, and music drifted from someone's radio, mixing with the sound of distant laughter and ice clinking in glasses. You were young enough that summer still felt infinite, stretched out ahead of you like an ocean of warm days and later bedtimes. The twilight lasted forever that night, or seemed to. The sun hung just above the horizon, like it was reconsidering its commitment to setting, painting everything in golden light. Time felt suspended, as if this night could last forever, as if this feeling of contentment and belonging could be preserved like flowers pressed between pages of a book. But summer nights end. The air cools, the music stops, the laughter moves indoors, and suddenly you're older, and summers feel shorter, and you realise you've been chasing that particular combination of warmth and freedom ever since. The pause before someone said, "I love you." They had been building toward it all evening, maybe all week, and you could feel the words gathering in the air between you like storm clouds heavy with rain that hasn't fallen yet. There was a moment when they opened their mouth to speak and then hesitated, and in that hesitation you lived a lifetime of possibility. Maybe they would say it. Maybe they wouldn't. Maybe you were ready to hear it. Maybe you weren't. The pause stretched long enough for you to imagine every possible future that could unfold from those three words. Your heart was beating so loud you were sure they could hear it. And then they spoke, and the words hung in the air like a bridge you both had to decide whether to cross. But that moment before, when love was still potential rather than declaration, that moment was perfect in its uncertainty. beautiful in its suspension between what was and what might be. The exact second a song first moved you. You were in a car, or in your room, or in a coffee shop where music played softly in the background. You weren't really listening, the song was just part of the ambient soundtrack of your day. But then something happened. Maybe it was a particular chord change that seemed to unlock something in your chest. Maybe it was lyrics that found exactly the words for something you'd been feeling but couldn't name. Suddenly you were completely present, completely focused on the sound that was washing over you like a revelation. The song became yours in that moment, claimed you as surely as you claimed it. You would hear it again many times after that, but never again for the first time. That initial moment of recognition, when music transformed from background noise into something that mattered, was unrepeatable, irreplaceable, already becoming precious even as it was happening. A small silence that felt sacred. Maybe it was after someone shared something important, or in the aftermath of an argument that had finally resolved itself, or in the presence of something beautiful that rendered words inadequate. The quiet wasn't empty. It was full of understanding, heavy with meaning that didn't need to be spoken. You could feel everyone present breathing, could sense the weight of what had just been said or seen or experienced together. It was the kind of silence that felt like prayer, like grace, like being held by something larger than the sum of individual awareness. You wanted to preserve it, to make sure no one broke it with unnecessary words, but silence can't be held any more than breath can be saved. Eventually someone spoke, or a phone rang, or ordinary life reasserted itself, and the sacred quality of the quiet dissolved back into regular time. A goodbye you didn't know was a goodbye. They were leaving for what you thought was a short trip, or stepping out of a party early, or finishing a phone conversation that felt routine and casual. "See you later," one of you said, or "talk soon," or just "bye." The kind of throwaway farewell that assumes there will be countless other opportunities for better goodbyes. But life had other plans. Distance intervened, or circumstances changed, or relationships shifted in ways that made future meetings impossible or unnecessary. Years later, you realised that casual farewell was actually the last conversation you would ever have, that the person walking away was walking out of your life entirely. If you had known, you would have said something different, something that honoured the weight of the ending. But real life rarely gives us the courtesy of knowing when we're living through a last time. The last moment something felt simple, before you learned about interest rates and insurance premiums, before you understood that adults were just making it up as they went along, before you realised that most questions don't have clear answers and most problems don't have easy solutions. There was a time when the world felt comprehensible, when right and wrong seemed obvious, when the future appeared as a straight line leading from where you were to where you wanted to be. It was a beautiful way to see the world, and it sustained you through the early challenges of growing up. But complexity has a way of creeping in, complicating every certainty, adding nuance to every judgment. The moment you first realised that life was more grey than black and white was the moment you lost something precious. Not truth, perhaps, but the comfort of believing that truth was simple and readily available to anyone willing to look for it. These moments pass through our lives like shooting stars, brilliant, brief, beautiful, and utterly beyond our ability to hold on to them. We experience them fully when they happen, but we can never experience them again. They become part of the constellation of memory that lights up our inner sky, visible from a distance but impossible to touch. The tragedy isn't that these moments end. The tragedy would be if they never happened at all, if we lived our entire lives without ever being tucked in with love, without ever sharing a sacred silence, without ever being moved by unexpected beauty. The moments we can't hold on to are the ones that make us human, that teach us what it means to be alive in a world where everything precious is also temporary. And perhaps that's exactly as it should be. Perhaps the reason we can't hold on to these moments is the same reason they matter so much, because their very transience is what makes them sacred, what teaches us to pay attention, what reminds us that this breath, this heartbeat, this exact configuration of light and shadow and possibility will never happen again. The hardest truth about loving someone is that they're always leaving you, even when they stay. Not through betrayal or abandonment, not through any failure of devotion or commitment, but through the simple, relentless process of becoming who they're becoming. Every day, the person you fell in love with becomes slightly different, accumulates new experiences, develops new perspectives, grows into someone who resembles but is not identical to the person they were yesterday. And you're doing the same thing to them, changing in ways both subtle and profound, ensuring that the relationship you think you're preserving is actually being recreated continuously, moment by moment, choice by choice. This is what makes love both possible and impossible, both sustainable and heartbreaking. We love people, but people are not fixed entities that can be possessed or preserved. They're processes, ongoing experiments in consciousness, temporary arrangements of memory and hope and habit that are always in the midst of becoming something else. The people we lose aren't just the ones who die or move away or explicitly choose to leave our lives. We lose people constantly, gradually, through the ordinary passage of time that transforms everyone into new versions of themselves. The friend you had in college exists now only in photographs and memories. The parent who raised you has been replaced by someone older, wiser perhaps, but fundamentally different. The person you married bears the same name as the person you're married to now, but they are not the same person, and neither are you. This ongoing loss is rarely acknowledged because it's too vast and too constant to bear thinking about directly. Instead, we create the comfortable fiction that relationships are stable, that people remain essentially themselves across decades, that love is something we can count on to stay the same even as everything else changes. But deep down, we know better. Deep down, we sense that every goodbye carries the possibility of being permanent, not because anyone intends it to be, but because the people saying goodbye might not exist by the time they meet again. A best friend who grew in a different direction. You met in middle school or high school or college, during that period when friendships feel like destiny rather than choice, when finding someone who understands you feels like discovering a missing piece of yourself. You shared everything, secrets, dreams, inside jokes that could make you laugh until your stomach hurt. You knew each other's families, could predict each other's reactions, finished each other's sentences with the unconscious ease of people who had learned to think in harmony. For years, you were inseparable. You planned futures that assumed you would always be central figures in each other's lives, imagined growing old together, becoming the kind of friends who would be bridesmaids at each other's weddings and godparents to each other's children. The friendship felt permanent, foundational, as essential to your identity as your own name. But somewhere along the way, you started choosing different paths. Maybe it was subtle at first, different interests, different social circles, different ideas about what mattered. You went to different colleges, or took different jobs, or fell in love with different types of people. The changes were gradual enough that you didn't notice them happening, gradual enough that each individual conversation still felt familiar, even as the distance between your lives was slowly expanding. You made efforts to stay close, phone calls that grew less frequent, visits that required more planning, conversations that increasingly began with updates about what you'd been doing, rather than shared experiences you'd had together. You still cared about each other, still valued the history you shared, but you were becoming people who had less and less in common, beyond the fact that you had once been everything to each other. The friendship didn't end with an argument or a betrayal. It ended with the quiet recognition that you had grown into people who might not have become friends if you met for the first time today. The inside jokes that had once defined your connection no longer felt relevant to the lives you were actually living. The dreams you had shared had been replaced by different dreams that didn't include each other. Now, years later, you follow each other on social media and exchange birthday wishes. You genuinely wish them well, hope they're happy, feel a warm nostalgia when you see updates about their life. But you're strangers now who happen to share a history. Two people who were once inseparable, but who chose to become themselves rather than remain frozen in the dynamic that had once felt so essential. The teacher who changed your life, but never knew. They probably taught hundreds of students over the course of their career, maybe thousands. To them, you were likely just another face in the classroom, another name on the attendance sheet, another young person moving through the educational system toward whatever future awaited them. They had no way of knowing that something they said or the way they said it would lodge itself in your consciousness and change the entire direction of your thinking. Maybe it was a casual comment they made about a book, or the way they answered a question you asked after class, or how they handled a moment when you were struggling with material that seemed impossible to understand. It might have been their enthusiasm for their subject that was infectious, or their willingness to take your ideas seriously when other adults dismissed them, or simply the fact that they saw potential in you that you couldn't see in yourself. You remember the exact moment it happened, the classroom, the time of day, the way the light was falling through the windows, the expression on their face when they said the thing that changed everything. In that instant, a door opened in your mind that you didn't even know existed. Suddenly you could see possibilities for your life that had been invisible before, could imagine becoming the kind of person who thought seriously about ideas, who contributed something meaningful to the world. That teacher's influence shaped decisions you made years later, what to study, what careers to pursue, how to approach problems that seemed unsolvable. Their voice became part of your internal dialogue. Their standards became standards you held yourself to. Their curiosity became a model for how to engage with the world. In some essential way, they helped create the person you became. But they probably never knew. You were too young, too intimidated, too unsure of yourself to tell them what their teaching had meant to you. By the time you were old enough to articulate the impact they'd had, you had lost touch. Maybe they retired. Maybe they moved. Maybe they died without ever knowing that something they did on an ordinary Tuesday afternoon in a classroom full of distracted teenagers had rippled forward through decades, shaping a life in ways they never could have imagined. You think about reaching out sometimes, trying to find them to say thank you, to let them know that they mattered. But too much time has passed. And besides, how do you explain to someone that they changed your life when they were just doing their job, when they probably don't even remember you, when the thing that transformed you was likely insignificant from their perspective, a crush who never found out? You watch them from across the cafeteria, or in the hallway between classes, or from your desk 3 rows behind theirs. You memorized their schedule, knew which route they took to their locker, could predict which seat they would choose in the classes you shared. You developed elaborate fantasies about conversations you might have, scenarios where you would finally find the courage to speak to them, moments when they would suddenly notice you and realize you were exactly the person they had been looking for all along. You practiced what you would say if they ever talked to you, rehearsed responses to questions they would probably never ask. You learned things about their interests so you would have something intelligent to contribute if the opportunity arose. You paid attention to their friends, their habits, their moods, accumulating knowledge about someone who barely knew you existed. The crush consumed enormous amounts of your mental energy. You analysed every interaction you had with them, no matter how brief or meaningless. The time they borrowed a pen from you, the moment you passed each other in the hallway and they almost smiled, the group project where you were assigned to the same team and they said your name correctly on the first try. Each tiny connection felt monumental, pregnant with possibility, evidence that maybe, someday, something real could develop between you. But you never told them. The fear of rejection was too powerful, the risk of humiliation too great. It felt safer to live in the realm of possibility than to risk the certainty of disappointment. Better to wonder what might have been than to know for sure that nothing would be. So you loved them silently, completely, from a distance that felt both protective and heartbreaking. Eventually you moved on. You graduated, or they did. Or you developed feelings for someone else who was more accessible, more realistic as an object of affection. The intensity of the crush faded, replaced by other preoccupations, other hopes, other people who captured your imagination. But for that period of time, they were the center of your emotional universe, the person around whom all your romantic dreams organized themselves. They never knew. They went through their days completely unaware that someone was thinking about them constantly, that their smallest gestures were being interpreted as signs, that they had inspired someone to imagine entire futures based on nothing more than proximity and longing. They never knew that they were loved, deeply and hopelessly by someone who was too afraid to risk making that love real. A stranger who comforted you once then vanished. You were having one of the worst days of your life. Maybe you had just received devastating news, or failed at something that mattered deeply to you, or found yourself in a situation that felt overwhelming and impossible to navigate. You were sitting somewhere public, a park bench, a coffee shop, a waiting room, trying to hold yourself together while your world fell apart around you. You weren't crying dramatically or making a scene, but something about your posture, your expression, the quality of your stillness must have communicated distress to the stranger who approached you. They didn't know you, had no obligation to involve themselves in your pain, but something moved them to offer help. Maybe they sat down beside you and asked if you were okay. Maybe they offered you tissues or bought you coffee, or simply stayed with you while you gathered yourself together. Their kindness was uncomplicated by history or expectation. They didn't know your story, didn't judge your situation, didn't offer advice based on assumptions about who you were or what you should do. They just saw another human being in pain and responded with the simple generosity that keeps civilization functional, that reminds us we're not as alone as we sometimes feel. For those minutes, they were exactly what you needed. Not a solution to your problems, but a witness to your suffering. Proof that compassion existed in the world, even when everything else felt hostile or indifferent. Their presence didn't fix anything, but it made the unfixable bearable, reminded you that tenderness was still possible even in the midst of devastation. And then they left, as strangers do. They continued with their own life, dealt with their own concerns, forgot about the brief encounter that had meant so much to you. You never saw them again, never had the chance to tell them how much their kindness had mattered, how it had sustained you through the worst of what you were going through. Years later, you still remember them when you see someone else struggling in public. You remember what it felt like to be helped by someone who wanted nothing in return. And sometimes you try to be that person for someone else, hoping to pass forward the unexpected grace you received when you needed it most. The person you were supposed to become. At some point in your youth, you had a clear vision of who you would be when you grew up. Maybe you were going to be an artist, travelling the world and creating beautiful things that moved people to tears. Maybe you were going to be a scientist, unlocking the secrets of the universe and making discoveries that would change everything. Maybe you were going to be a parent who did everything right, raising children who felt loved and secure and capable of anything. This future self felt real and inevitable, as solid as if they already existed somewhere waiting for you to catch up with them. You made plans based on their interests, chose classes that would prepare you for their career, imagined what their daily life would look like, how they would spend their time, what kind of house they would live in, what kind of person they would marry. But life intervened with its usual complexity. Opportunities you expected didn't materialize. Talents you thought you had proved insufficient or irrelevant. Circumstances beyond your control pushed you in directions you hadn't planned for, required adaptations you hadn't anticipated. Slowly, gradually, you became someone else. Not worse necessarily, not better, just different from the person you had been so certain you would become. Maybe you're happy with how things turned out. Maybe you discovered that the life you actually lived was more interesting than the one you had planned, that the detours led to destinations you never could have imagined, but that suit you perfectly. Maybe you learned that the person you thought you were supposed to become was based on a limited understanding of what was possible, what mattered, what would actually fulfill you. But sometimes, late at night or during quiet moments when your guard is down, you remember that other self with something that feels like grief. Not because your current life is wrong, but because every choice forecloses other choices, every path taken makes other paths impossible. The person you were supposed to become lives now only in the realm of what might have been, and you can't help wondering sometimes what they would think of the life you've chosen instead. The sibling you no longer recognize, you grew up together in the same house, shared the same parents, experienced many of the same formative events. For years, you knew each other better than anyone else in the world. You could predict their reactions, understand their moods without explanation, communicate in the shorthand that develops between people who share both genetics and history. You were allies against parental authority, co-conspirators in childhood schemes, witnesses to each other's embarrassments and triumphs. You fought with the intensity that only siblings can achieve, but you also protected each other with fierce loyalty. You assumed you would always be close, that the bond forged in childhood would remain unbreakable throughout your lives. But somewhere along the way you became strangers. Maybe it happened gradually, as you developed different interests, different values, different ideas about what mattered in life. Maybe it was triggered by a specific event, a family crisis that revealed fundamental differences in your perspectives, a disagreement that escalated beyond what either of you intended. Maybe it was simply the natural result of becoming adults with separate lives, separate responsibilities, separate concerns that had nothing to do with each other. Now when you see them at family gatherings, you struggle to connect the person in front of you with the sibling you remember. They've become someone whose choices you don't understand, whose opinions surprise and sometimes disturb you, whose life seems to be organised around principles that are completely foreign to your own. The shared references that once defined your relationship feel outdated, irrelevant to who you've both become. You're polite with each other, exchange pleasantries, maintain the fiction of closeness for the sake of your parents or your own children. But the easy intimacy is gone, replaced by the careful distance of people who know they're supposed to care about each other but aren't sure how to bridge the gap that has opened between them. Sometimes you miss the sibling they used to be with an intensity that surprises you, not the person they've become, but the person they were when you were both young and unformed, when your differences felt like variations on a theme rather than evidence that you're fundamentally incompatible. You grieve not just for the relationship you've lost, but for the shared understanding of your childhood that died with it. A grandparent's voice. They told you stories about times and places that seemed as mythical as fairy tales. What it was like during the war, how different things were when they were young, the way the world had changed in ways both wonderful and terrible. Their voice carried the authority of a lived experience, the weight of decades you couldn't yet imagine surviving yourself. When they spoke, you could hear the accumulated wisdom of a lifetime, but also something more elusive, the particular cadence and inflection that belonged uniquely to them, the way they emphasized certain words, the pauses they took while gathering their thoughts, the small sounds they made when they were thinking or amused or trying to remember something important. You took that voice for granted because it seemed as permanent as the furniture in their house, as reliable as their presence at family dinners and holiday gatherings. It was part of the soundtrack of your childhood, one of the constants you assumed would always be available when you needed comfort or guidance or simply the pleasure of being listened to by someone who had time for whatever you wanted to talk about. But voices don't outlive the people who speak with them. Unlike faces, which can be preserved in photographs, or handwriting, which can be saved in letters, voices disappear completely when the throat that produced them is silenced. No matter how hard you try, you can't quite remember exactly how they sounded when they said your name, or told you they loved you, or laughed at something you did that delighted them. Sometimes you catch echoes in your own voice, or in the voice of another family member, genetic similarities that surface in moments of emotion or fatigue. But it's not the same as being able to hear them again, to receive the comfort that came not just from what they said, but from how they said it. The particular music of their speech that made even ordinary words feel like gifts. You would give anything to hear that voice again, just once, saying anything at all. But voices, unlike love, cannot be inherited. They die with the people who speak them, leaving behind only the memory of sound, the ghost of inflection, the phantom warmth of words you can no longer hear but will never stop missing. A lover you still dream about but don't speak to. The relationship ended years ago, maybe decades. There were good reasons for the ending: incompatibility, bad timing, geographic distance, or simply the recognition that you brought out the worst in each other despite the best of intentions. You've both moved on, built different lives, found other people to love who suit you better, who understand you more completely, who share your current values and goals. But sometimes when your conscious mind is quiet and your defenses are down, they visit you in dreams. Not as they are now, older, changed, living a life you know nothing about, but as they were when you loved them, when their presence in your world felt like the most natural thing imaginable. In the dreams, the problems that ended your relationship don't exist. You're simply together again, laughing about something, or lying in comfortable silence, or having one of those conversations that used to stretch for hours without either of you noticing the passage of time. You wake from these dreams with emotions you thought you had finished feeling. Not regret exactly, and not longing for a future that's no longer possible, but something more complicated, a bittersweet appreciation for what you shared, mixed with the strange melancholy that comes from realizing how completely you've lost touch with someone who once knew you better than you knew yourself. You wonder sometimes what would happen if you reached out, if you sent a message saying you'd been thinking about them, hoping they were well. But too much time has passed, too much has changed. The person who appears in your dreams is a memory, not the person they've become, and besides, what would be the point? Some connections are meant to remain in the past, to be honoured through memory rather than attempted resurrection. So you carry them with you in this strange way, present in your unconscious mind but absent from your actual life, important enough to your psyche that your sleeping brain recreates them regularly, but distant enough from your current reality that you would never consider making contact. They remain suspended in the amber of your dreams, forever young, forever connected to you in ways that defy the logic of linear time. The one who forgave you, but disappeared, you hurt them. Maybe it was intentional, maybe it was accidental, but the damage was real and significant. You said something cruel in a moment of anger, or betrayed their trust, or failed them when they needed you most. You watched the pain register in their eyes, saw how your actions changed something fundamental in the way they looked at you, felt the relationship shift beneath your feet like unstable ground. You expected anger, recrimination, the kind of dramatic confrontation that would at least give you something to argue against. Instead, they surprised you with grace. They listened to your apology, acknowledged your remorse, and chose forgiveness over revenge. They understood that people make mistakes, that relationships require tolerance for human imperfection, that love sometimes means choosing compassion over justice. Their forgiveness was complete and genuine, not grudging or conditional. They didn't hold your mistake over your head or use it as leverage in future disagreements. They simply chose to let it go, to return to loving you without the burden of resentment or the protection of increased distance. For a moment, it seemed like you'd been given a precious gift, the opportunity to repair what you had damaged, to prove that you deserved the trust you'd broken. But then they disappeared. Not dramatically, not with explanations or final conversations, but gradually, quietly, like someone slowly backing away from a relationship they no longer felt safe in. They didn't cut you out of their life with anger. They simply allowed you to fade from their priorities, their attention, their emotional investment. The forgiveness they had offered was real, but it didn't restore their desire to remain close to someone who had proven capable of causing them pain. You understood, eventually, that forgiveness and reconciliation were different things. They could absolve you of guilt without absolving you of consequences. They could choose compassion without choosing continued vulnerability. They could wish you well without wanting you to remain a significant presence in their life. Their absence taught you something important about the weight of actions and the limits of forgiveness. Some damage, once done, changes the fundamental structure of a relationship even when it's formally pardoned. Some trust, once broken, can be forgiven but not restored. Some people, once hurt, can offer grace without offering proximity. Someone who needed you after it was too late. You were busy with your own life, your own problems, your own immediate concerns. When they reached out, tentatively, indirectly, in ways that were easy to miss or misinterpret, you didn't recognize the signals. Maybe they made jokes about feeling lonely that you laughed at without hearing the request for companionship underneath. Maybe they mentioned struggling with something in passing, and you offered quick reassurance without realizing they needed deeper support. You weren't deliberately neglectful or callous. You cared about them, would have helped if you had understood what they needed. But you were operating at the speed of modern life, multitasking your way through conversations, responding to the surface content of their words without attending to the subtext of their emotions. You missed the subtle signs that someone was drowning because they were too proud or too polite to scream for help. By the time you realized what had been happening, maybe they told someone else, Maybe the situation escalated beyond what could be hidden. Maybe you finally learned to listen for what wasn't being said directly. The crisis had passed. Either they had found the help they needed elsewhere, or they had learned to manage without it, or they had decided you weren't someone they could count on when things got difficult. They didn't blame you, at least not openly. They understood that you weren't responsible for solving their problems, that friendship doesn't come with the obligation to read minds or interpret unclear signals. But something had shifted in how they related to you, a subtle recalibration of expectations that reflected their recognition that you weren't as available or as perceptive as they had hoped. The knowledge that you had failed someone who mattered to you, not through malice but through inattention, became a weight you carried forward into other relationships. You learned to listen differently, to ask more direct questions, to pay attention to the space between words where important things often hide. You became someone who erred on the side of offering too much support rather than too little, because you never wanted to miss someone's need again. But you couldn't go back and offer what they had needed when they needed it. You couldn't undo the lesson they had learned about your limitations, couldn't restore their confidence that you would be there when they needed you most. The opportunity to be the friend they had hoped you would be had passed, leaving behind only the knowledge of how much your attention had mattered and how little of it you had been able to provide when it counted. These people passed through our lives like weather systems, some bringing storms that changed the landscape permanently, others offering brief moments of sunshine that we remember with gratitude long after the clouds have moved on. We lose them not because love fails, but because love is not enough to stop the passage of time, the evolution of circumstances, the gradual transformation that turns everyone into someone new. The tragedy is not that we lose people, but that we often don't realize we're losing them until they're already gone. We become skilled at maintaining the illusion of permanence in our relationships, at believing that the people we love today will be essentially the same people tomorrow. That distance and time and change are obstacles that can be overcome through sufficient effort and intention. But people are not possessions to be held onto. They are temporary confluences of consciousness and circumstance, brief arrangements of memory and hope and habit that are always in the process of becoming something else. To love someone is to love them while letting them go, to appreciate them while accepting their impermanence, to hold space for who they are while allowing them to become who they're becoming. Perhaps the secret is not to hold on tighter, but to love more fully while we can, to pay attention more carefully while people are present in our lives, to express our appreciation while it can still be received. Perhaps the goal is not to prevent loss, but to ensure that when loss comes, as it always does, we can remember the love with gratitude rather than regret, can honour what was shared rather than mourn what couldn't be preserved. The strangest loss of all is the one you rarely acknowledge, the gradual disappearance of who you used to be. You wake up one morning and realise that somewhere along the way, without ceremony or announcement, you stopped being the person you were for so many years, not through any dramatic transformation or conscious decision, but through the quiet accumulation of choices and experiences that slowly reshaped you into someone who shares your name and your memories, but who approaches the world with different assumptions, different fears, different hopes than the person who inhabited your body just a few years ago. This isn't the natural evolution that everyone expects, the way children grow into teenagers, teenagers into adults, adults into elders. This is something more subtle and more unsettling, the recognition that the core aspects of your personality, the fundamental characteristics you thought defined you, have shifted in ways that make your former self feel like a stranger you once knew intimately, but can no longer quite understand. The child who believed anything was possible became an adult who knows too much about limitations. The teenager who thought everything would make sense eventually became someone who has learned to live comfortably with ambiguity. The young adult who was so certain about their values became someone who has had to revise their principles in response to circumstances they never anticipated. Each version of yourself was real, was valid, was the fullest expression of who you could be given your knowledge and circumstances at the time. But each was also temporary, a way station on a journey that you didn't realize you were taking, a persona that felt permanent while you were inhabiting it, but that was actually dissolving even as you lived within it. The grief for these lost selves is different from other kinds of grief because it's so rarely acknowledged. When someone else dies, the world recognizes your loss, offers condolences, allows you time to mourn. But when a version of yourself disappears, there are no rituals, no ceremonies, no social support for the strange sadness of no longer being who you used to be. The child who thought anything was possible, you were maybe 7, maybe 8, standing in your backyard or lying on your bedroom floor, making plans for a future that stretched ahead of you like an infinite canvas waiting to be painted. You were going to be an astronaut and a veterinarian and a famous singer, and the president, possibly all at the same time, because why not? The world felt enormous and accommodating, designed specifically to support whatever magnificent ambitions you could dream up. Adults smiled when you shared these plans, and you interpreted their smiles as encouragement rather than gentle amusement at your beautiful naivety. You had no concept of practical limitations, no understanding of how economics worked or how competitive certain fields were, or how much training was required for different careers. You simply saw possibilities everywhere and assumed that wanting something badly enough was the primary qualification for achieving it. Every movie you watched, every book you read, every story you heard seemed to confirm this worldview. Heroes overcame impossible odds through determination and courage. Good people were rewarded for their efforts. Problems had solutions that became obvious once you applied sufficient creativity and persistence. The universe operated according to principles that favoured the brave and the kind and the hard-working. You planned elaborate adventures you would have when you grew up, inventions you would create that would solve important problems, ways you would help people and animals and maybe save the entire planet while you were at it. The future wasn't something that would happen to you. It was something you would actively create, shaped by your choices and limited only by your imagination. That child's confidence was breathtaking in its purity. You believed in yourself with the kind of unwavering faith that adults spend fortunes trying to recover through therapy and self-help books. You trusted that your ideas mattered, that your dreams were achievable, that the world was fundamentally fair and friendly and eager to help you succeed. But somewhere along the way, that child met reality. Not all at once, not through any single devastating revelation, but gradually, through the accumulation of small disappointments and practical constraints. You learned about student loans and job markets and the difference between dreaming and planning. You discovered that some doors were closed to you before you even knew they existed, that some opportunities required resources or connections or luck that you didn't possess. The child who thought anything was possible didn't die dramatically. They faded quietly, imperceptibly, as you learned to moderate your expectations, to choose practical goals over passionate ones, to protect yourself from disappointment by wanting less. By the time you realized they were gone, you couldn't remember exactly when you had stopped believing that the world was yours to reshape, according to your desires. The teenager who believed it would all make sense, you were 15, maybe 16, frustrated by the apparent randomness and injustice of everything around you, but convinced that understanding was just around the corner. Once you got older, once you had more information, once you could see the big picture that was currently hidden from your limited perspective, everything would click into place. The confusion and contradiction that defined your daily experience were temporary conditions that would be resolved by the simple passage of time. Adults seem to have figured something out that you hadn't yet grasped. They moved through the world with apparent confidence, made decisions that affected entire families, spoke about complex topics with authority that suggested they understood connections you couldn't see. You assumed that reaching adulthood came with a manual, a set of clear instructions for how to navigate the complexities of existence. You believed that your parents' marriage made sense from some angle you couldn't perceive, that your teachers' rules served purposes that would become obvious once you had more context, that political systems and economic structures operated according to logical principles that you simply hadn't learned yet. The adults around you seemed to understand why things were the way they were, even when those things seemed arbitrary or unfair from your perspective. Education felt like preparation for this eventual understanding. Each class, each book, each lesson was adding to the foundation of a knowledge that would eventually support complete comprehension. You were collecting pieces of a puzzle that would someday form a clear picture of how the world actually worked, why people made the choices they made, what principles governed the seemingly chaotic interactions between individuals and institutions and nations. You trusted that maturity came with clarity, that experience would provide answers to the questions that tormented you. Why did good people suffer while terrible people prospered? How were you supposed to choose what to do with your life when you didn't know what would make you happy? What was the point of working so hard if nothing you did seemed to matter in the long run? But as you got older, the answers didn't come. If anything, the questions multiplied and became more complex. You learned that your parents were making it up as they went along, just as confused and uncertain as you were. Your teachers, you discovered, were experts in their specific subjects, but just as lost as everyone else when it came to the bigger questions about meaning and purpose and how to live well. The teenager who believed it would all make sense was gradually replaced by an adult who learned to act decisively despite uncertainty, to make choices without complete information, to accept that some questions don't have satisfying answers, and that wisdom often consists of learning to be comfortable with not knowing. The clarity you had expected never arrived, but somehow you learned to function without it. The you who hadn't been hurt yet. There was a time when your default assumption about people was that they meant well, when your first instinct was to trust rather than to protect yourself, when you approached new relationships with openness rather than caution. You had been disappointed before, certainly, had experienced the normal bumps and bruises of growing up, but you hadn't yet encountered the kind of betrayal that teaches you that some people are capable of cruelty that serves no purpose beyond their own entertainment. You moved through the world with a kind of emotional vulnerability that was both beautiful and dangerous. You shared your thoughts and feelings freely, assumed that others would treat your heart with the same care you took with theirs, believed that honesty and kindness would generally be met with honesty and kindness in return. When conflicts arose, you assumed they were based on misunderstandings that could be resolved through better communication. This openness was not naivety. You weren't stupid or blind to the existence of harm in the world, but you hadn't yet learned to organize your entire social strategy around self-protection. You hadn't yet developed the sophisticated defensive systems that would later become second nature, the subtle ways of testing people before trusting them, the careful rationing of vulnerability that characterizes most adult relationships. You gave the benefit of the doubt generously, interpreted ambiguous actions in the most charitable way possible, forgave quickly and completely when you were wronged. You believed that most people were doing their best with what they had, that the pain people caused was usually unintentional, that love and patience could overcome most forms of human difficulty. But then someone taught you otherwise. Maybe they lied to you for no reason other than convenience, or used information you had shared against you, or hurt you deliberately because they enjoyed watching you suffer. Maybe they broke a promise that mattered deeply to you, or betrayed your trust in a way that revealed how little your friendship had meant to them, or abandoned you at a moment when you needed them most. The specific betrayal matters less than what it taught you, that some people will hurt you not because you did anything wrong, but because causing pain is easier for them than preventing it. That trust is a risk that sometimes results in genuine loss. That openness is a luxury you can't always afford. That the world contains people who will take advantage of kindness, who interpret vulnerability as weakness, who respond to love with manipulation. The person you were before that lesson was lost forever. You learned to be more careful, more strategic, more protective of your inner world. You developed better boundaries, clearer expectations, more sophisticated methods for evaluating whether someone deserved your trust. These were valuable skills, necessary adaptations that helped you navigate relationships more safely. But something was also lost in the process. The spontaneous warmth, the immediate intimacy, the capacity to love without reservation. These became casualties of the wisdom you were forced to acquire. You became better at protecting yourself, but also more distant from others, more skilled at avoiding harm, but also less capable of the kind of radical openness that makes profound connection possible. The artist who created without fear. You used to make things simply because making them brought you joy. Whether it was drawing or writing or singing, or building elaborate structures out of whatever materials you could find, creation felt as natural and necessary as breathing. You didn't worry about whether what you were making was good or original or marketable. You just followed your curiosity and your enthusiasm wherever they led, trusting that the process itself was worthwhile regardless of the result. You shared your work freely, eager to show others what you had discovered or invented or imagined. Criticism, when it came, felt like useful information rather than personal attack. You were interested in learning and improving, but not because you doubted your right to create, simply because creating better things was more fun than creating worse things. You had ideas constantly, more than you could possibly execute, and you moved from project to project with the kind of productive restlessness that characterizes people who are genuinely excited about what they're doing. You weren't comparing yourself to others because you weren't yet aware that comparison was something people did. You were simply engaged in the delightful work of bringing things into existence that hadn't existed before. The creative process felt magical then, not because you didn't understand the mechanics of what you were doing, but because the mechanics didn't matter as much as the experience of being completely absorbed in making something that mattered to you. Time would disappear while you worked. Problems would solve themselves through the simple act of trying different solutions. Mistakes became opportunities for unexpected discoveries, but gradually fear crept in. Maybe it started with exposure to professional work that was so much better than yours that it made your efforts seem childish by comparison. Maybe it was the recognition that some people had natural talents you lacked, or training you couldn't afford, or connections you didn't possess. Maybe it was simply the awareness that creating things and making a living were different skills, and that wanting to do one didn't guarantee the ability to do the other. You began to edit yourself before you started, to judge ideas before you had fully explored them, to worry about whether what you were making was worth the time and energy you were investing in it. The voice of the inner critic, which had been mercifully quiet during your early creative years, became louder and more persistent, commenting on every choice you made and finding most of them inadequate. Creation became work instead of play, fraught with anxiety about outcomes instead of focused on the pleasure of process. You started projects and abandoned them when they didn't meet your newly elevated standards. You compared your beginning efforts to others' finished masterpieces and found yourself lacking. You began to believe that if you couldn't create something exceptional, there was no point in creating anything at all. The artist who created without fear was replaced by someone more sophisticated but less productive, more knowledgeable but less joyful, more realistic about the challenges of creative work but also more paralyzed by those challenges. You gained critical judgment but lost creative courage, developed better taste but diminished output, learned about excellence but forgot about the simple pleasure of making things for the love of making them. The hopeful graduate that you walked across that stage with a diploma in your hand and the future spread out before you like a map of territories waiting to be explored. You had spent years preparing for this moment, accumulating knowledge and skills and credentials that felt like tools you could use to build whatever life you wanted. The world seemed ready to reward your hard work, your dedication, your willingness to delay gratification in service of long-term goals. You believed in the narrative you'd been taught, that education was an investment that would pay dividends, that hard work would be recognized and rewarded, that the economy was a meritocracy where talented people who applied themselves would find opportunities to contribute meaningfully while earning enough to live comfortably. You had chosen your field carefully, had researched career prospects, had done everything you were supposed to do to position yourself for success. The job market seemed manageable from the perspective of someone who hadn't yet entered it. You understood that finding the perfect position might take some time, that you might have to start at the bottom and work your way up, that building a career was a gradual process that required patience and persistence. But you trusted that the system worked, that there was a place for people like you, that your education had prepared you for challenges you were ready to meet. You sent out resumes with confidence, certain that someone would recognize your potential and offer you the opportunity to prove yourself. You imagined yourself in offices or laboratories or classrooms, applying what you had learned to solve real problems, making a difference in ways that would satisfy both your idealism and your practical needs. The future felt like a conversation you were about to join, a community of professionals who would welcome your fresh perspective and energy. But the job market had different ideas. The economy had shifted while you were in school, or your field had become oversaturated with qualified candidates, or the positions you had trained for had been automated or outsourced or simply eliminated. The interviews that came were fewer than you expected, and the rejections were more numerous and more impersonal than you had imagined they would be. You lowered your expectations gradually, applying for jobs that required less experience, offered less money, provided fewer opportunities for advancement. You took positions that were supposed to be temporary, stepping stones to something better, but the something better never materialized. You found yourself competing with people who had more experience, more connections, more flexibility about salary and location than you could offer. The hopeful graduate was slowly replaced by someone more realistic about how the world actually worked, more strategic about career decisions, more willing to accept compromises between idealism and practicality. You learned to navigate systems that were more complex and less fair than you had anticipated, to advocate for yourself in ways you hadn't known you would need to find satisfaction in achievements that were smaller than the ones you had originally planned for, the version that still trusted everyone. You used to assume that people were who they presented themselves to be, that the face they showed the world was an accurate representation of their character and intentions. When someone was kind to you, you believed they were a kind person. When someone made promises, you trusted they intended to keep them. When someone expressed interest in friendship or romance, you took them at their word about their feelings and motivations. This trust wasn't based on inexperience with human complexity. You had encountered your share of difficult people, had been disappointed and frustrated and occasionally hurt by others' actions. But you interpreted these negative experiences as exceptions rather than as evidence of a darker truth about human nature. You believed that most people meant well most of the time, that the problems in your relationships were usually the result of miscommunication or circumstance rather than deliberate malice. You gave second chances freely, third chances when the situation seemed to warrant them, infinite chances to people you cared about who seemed to be struggling with their own limitations. You believed in the possibility of growth and change, trusted that people who hurt you were capable of learning from their mistakes, assumed that forgiveness and patience could help others become the best versions of themselves. This approach to relationships was both generous and exhausting. You invested enormous emotional energy in people who didn't reciprocate your level of commitment, forgave behavior that probably shouldn't have been forgiven, made excuses for people who should have been held accountable for their choices. But you also experienced the deep satisfaction that comes from loving people without reservation, from offering support without conditions, from believing in others' potential even when they didn't believe in it themselves. But trust is a renewable resource only up to a point. Eventually, after enough betrayals and disappointments and one-sided investments, you learned to protect yourself more carefully. You developed better instincts about who deserved your trust and who didn't, learned to recognize patterns of behavior that predicted future problems, became more skilled at setting boundaries that protected your emotional well-being. The person who trusted everyone was replaced by someone who trusted selectively, strategically, conditionally. This was probably a healthier way to navigate relationships, a more sustainable approach to human connection that allowed you to invest your energy in people who were likely to appreciate and reciprocate it. But something was also lost in the process, the capacity for the kind of wholehearted faith in others that had once made you feel like an active participant in humanity's potential for goodness. The risk-taker. You used to say yes to invitations without calculating the potential costs, used to try new things simply because they seemed interesting, used to make plans based on enthusiasm, rather than careful analysis of all the ways they might go wrong. The future felt like an adventure you were eager to embark upon, rather than a series of problems you needed to solve or avoid. You moved through the world with a kind of confidence that was partly youthful ignorance and partly genuine courage. You believed in your ability to handle whatever challenges might arise, trusted that most risks were worth taking because the potential rewards, new experiences, deeper relationships, personal growth, outweighed the potential downsides. You were more afraid of missing opportunities than you were of making mistakes. This willingness to take risks made your life feel expansive and exciting. You said yes to trips you couldn't quite afford, to jobs that stretched your capabilities, to relationships with people who were different from you, in ways that promised to teach you something about yourself and the world. You moved to new cities, tried new careers, committed to projects and people and ideas before you had figured out exactly how things would work out. Some of these risks paid off spectacularly, leading to experiences and relationships and opportunities that became central to your sense of who you were. Others failed in ways that were expensive or embarrassing or genuinely harmful. But even the failures felt like valuable data, information you could use to make better decisions in the future, evidence of your willingness to engage fully with the uncertainty that defines human existence. But gradually you accumulated enough negative experiences to shift your default approach to new opportunities. You learned that some mistakes have consequences that last longer than you expected, that some risks threaten things you can't afford to lose, that some forms of boldness are actually forms of recklessness that don't deserve to be celebrated. You became more careful, more strategic, more thoughtful about the potential downsides of any choice you were considering. You developed better judgment about which risks were worth taking and which weren't, learned to distinguish between courage and foolishness, between healthy adventure and dangerous impulsivity. The risk-taker was replaced by someone more prudent, more responsible, more skilled at protecting what they had built. This was probably a necessary evolution, a sign of maturity rather than a loss of vitality. But sometimes you missed the version of yourself who was willing to bet everything on a possibility, who valued experience over security, who believed that the worst thing that could happen to you was to reach the end of your life without having really lived it. The overachiever. You used to believe that excellence was always possible if you just worked hard enough, planned carefully enough, wanted it badly enough. Every goal felt achievable given sufficient effort and dedication. Every setback felt like a temporary obstacle that could be overcome through increased focus and determination. You organised your life around the pursuit of achievements that would prove your worth, both to yourself and to others. You were the student who never missed an assignment, the employee who stayed late without being asked, the friend who remembered every birthday and organised every gathering. You believed that if you could just be good enough at enough things, you would earn the security and approval and success that you craved. Excellence felt like a choice rather than a gift, a matter of discipline rather than talent. This approach to life generated impressive results. You accumulated awards and accolades, earned the respect of teachers and bosses and peers, developed skills and knowledge that served you well in multiple contexts. People came to depend on your reliability, your attention to detail, your willingness to take responsibility for making sure things got done correctly. But the cost of maintaining this level of performance was higher than you initially realized. The constant pressure to excel left little room for rest, for experimentation, for the kind of joyful engagement with activities that didn't serve any strategic purpose. You became skilled at achieving goals, but less skilled at choosing which goals were worth achieving. Better at meeting others' expectations, but worse at identifying your own authentic desires. The overachiever was gradually replaced by someone who had learned to distinguish between excellence and perfectionism, between high standards and impossible standards, between healthy ambition and destructive self-pressure. You learned to prioritize your efforts, to accept that being very good at a few things was more sustainable than being exceptional at everything, to find satisfaction in progress rather than only in perfect outcomes, the one who still believed they were special. You used to know, with the certainty that only the young possess, that you were different from everyone else in ways that mattered. Not better necessarily, but unique, marked by some combination of talent and sensitivity and insight that would eventually be recognized and celebrated by the world. You were going to be the one who made it, who broke through, who proved that extraordinary things were possible for people who believed in themselves strongly enough. This sense of specialness wasn't entirely delusional. You probably did possess qualities that distinguished you from your peers, abilities and perspectives that were genuinely valuable and relatively rare. But more importantly, believing you were special gave you the confidence to attempt things that seemed impossible to others, to persist through difficulties that might have stopped someone with a more realistic assessment of their limitations. You submitted your work to competitions you had no business entering, applied for opportunities you weren't quite qualified for, started projects that required skills you didn't yet possess. You trusted that your specialness would somehow compensate for your inexperience, that the universe would conspire to help someone who was clearly destined for great things. Sometimes this confidence was justified. Your willingness to take chances led to opportunities that more cautious people missed. Your belief in your own potential became a self-fulfilling prophecy, motivating you to develop capabilities that might have remained dormant if you hadn't been so certain they existed. Your sense of specialness protected you from the discouragement that comes from comparing yourself to others. But the world has a way of teaching humility to those who need it. You encountered people who were more talented, more dedicated, more knowledgeable, more connected than you were. You learned that specialness was common, that everyone believed they were unique, that the qualities you thought distinguished you were actually shared by millions of other people who were also trying to make their mark on the world. The person who believed they were special was replaced by someone who understood that they were one of many, that their value came not from being unique, but from being authentically themselves. That contribution mattered more than recognition, that meaning could be found in ordinary achievements as well as extraordinary ones. The past self you silently mourn. Perhaps the most painful loss is the one you can't quite name, the version of yourself that encompassed all the possibilities that didn't become realities, all the paths you didn't take, all the people you might have become if circumstances had been different or choices had been made differently. This isn't any specific former self, but rather the ghost of all your former selves, the shadow cast by the life you actually lived on, all the lives you might have lived instead. You mourn this self in quiet moments when you're reminded of dreams you've abandoned, talents you've neglected, relationships you've let fade, opportunities you've missed. You feel their presence most acutely when you encounter people who remind you of who you used to be, or who you once hoped to become, when you visit places that hold memories of earlier versions of yourself, when you find old journals or photos that document aspirations you've forgotten you once held. This morning is complicated by the fact that you can't entirely regret the choices that led you away from that earlier self. Your current life has its own value, its own satisfactions, its own forms of meaning that might not have been possible if you had remained the person you used to be. But knowing that your life is good doesn't eliminate the sadness of recognizing all the other good lives you will never get to live. The past self you silently mourn represents not just who you were, but who you might have been. Not just the experiences you've had, but all the experiences you'll never have. They are the repository of your unlived possibilities, the keeper of dreams that time and circumstance have rendered impossible, the witness to the moment when potential began its inevitable transformation into actual. You carry this mourning quietly because it's too complex for most people to understand, too abstract to deserve sympathy, too universal to seem worthy of special attention. Everyone has past selves they've lost, roads they've left untravelled, versions of themselves that exist now only in memory and imagination. But that doesn't make the loss less real, or the grief less legitimate. These lost versions of yourself are not failures or mistakes. They are the natural casualties of the process of becoming who you are. Every choice forecloses other choices. Every path taken makes other paths impossible. Every version of yourself that you become requires the death of all the other versions you might have become. This is not tragedy, but design. Not loss, but transformation. Not ending, but the eternal process of becoming that defines what it means to be alive and conscious, and always in the midst of change. Perhaps the secret is not to mourn these lost selves, but to honour them, to recognise that they were necessary stages in your development, even though they couldn't be permanent destinations. Perhaps the goal is not to hold on to who you used to be, but to integrate the best of who you've been into who you're becoming, to carry forward the gifts each version of yourself offered, while remaining open to the gifts that future versions might bring. The people you used to be are not gone. They live on in the choices you make, the values you hold, the ways you respond to challenge and opportunity and loss. They are the foundation upon which your current self stands, the accumulated wisdom and experience that inform your present decisions, the proof that growth and change are possible even when they require letting go of familiar ways of being. You're not the same person you were yesterday, and you will not be the same person tomorrow. This is not a problem to be solved, but a reality to be embraced. Not a limitation to be overcome, but a gift to be received with gratitude and grace. Emotions are the weather of consciousness, and like weather, they change according to laws we can observe but never fully control. They arrive without invitation, transform our internal landscape while they're present, and then move on. leaving behind only the memory of what it felt like to be in their grip. We experience them as if they were permanent features of our reality, as if the excitement or heartbreak or fury we feel in any given moment represents some fundamental truth about who we are and what our life means. But emotions are visitors, not residents. They come and go according to their own mysterious schedule, and all our attempts to hold on to the good ones or push away the difficult ones prove equally futile. This impermanence of feeling is both the mercy and the tragedy of emotional life. The mercy is that no pain lasts forever, no matter how convincing it feels in the moment. The tragedy is that no joy lasts forever either, no matter how much we want to preserve it, no matter how perfectly it seems to fit our idea of how life should feel when everything is going right. We learn this lesson over and over throughout our lives, but somehow we never quite believe it. Each time we fall in love, we're convinced this feeling will last forever. Each time we're devastated by loss, we're certain we'll never feel happy again. Each time we're angry, we can't imagine forgiving. Each time we're peaceful, we assume we've finally figured out how to maintain equilibrium permanently. But feelings follow their own logic, their own rhythms, their own cycles of intensity and resolution. They are not things we have, but experiences we move through. Not possessions we can control, but forces that shape us temporarily, before moving on to shape someone else somewhere else in ways we'll never know. Excitement before a first date. You changed clothes 3 times, spent an hour arranging your hair in ways that were supposed to look effortless, checked your reflection from every possible angle to make sure you looked like the version of yourself you hoped they would fall in love with. Your stomach was alive with butterflies. Your hands were slightly shaky. Your mind was racing through possible conversations and imagining how the evening might unfold. This wasn't just nervousness. It was the electric anticipation of possibility, the thrilling uncertainty of not knowing whether this person would turn out to be important in your life or just a pleasant memory of one nice evening. You felt like you were standing at the beginning of a story that could go anywhere, that could become anything, that held the potential for romance or friendship, or simply the satisfaction of connecting with another interesting human being. Every detail felt significant. What to wear, where to go, what to talk about. All of these choices seemed loaded with implications for how the night would go, and what they would think of you. You wanted to be charming, but not trying too hard. Interesting, but not overwhelming. Attractive, but not desperate. You were auditioning to be someone worth getting to know better. The excitement was almost overwhelming in its intensity. You felt more alive than usual, more aware of your own presence in the world, more hopeful about what the future might bring. This feeling seemed to confirm that good things were possible, that life contained surprises worth anticipating, that taking emotional risks could lead to rewards that justified the vulnerability. But excitement, by its very nature, is temporary. It builds toward a moment and then transforms into whatever that moment actually contains: satisfaction or disappointment, connection or awkwardness, the beginning of something meaningful, or the recognition that some connections don't survive the transition from imagination to reality. The anticipation was perfect in a way that the actual experience could never be, because anticipation contains all possibilities while experience delivers only one. The rush of recognition when someone gets you. You were in the middle of trying to explain something that mattered to you, an idea you'd been thinking about, a feeling you'd been carrying, a perspective that felt important but difficult to articulate. You were struggling to find the right words, worried that you weren't making sense, half convinced that what seemed profound to you would sound trivial or confused when spoken aloud. And then their face changed. You could see the moment when understanding clicked into place, when your scattered words suddenly organized themselves into meaning for them. They leaned forward, nodded in recognition, maybe said something like, "Yes, exactly," or "I thought I was the only one who felt that way." In that instant, the distance between your internal experience and their comprehension collapsed completely. It was more than just being understood. It was being recognized, being seen not just as someone trying to communicate, but as someone worth listening to, someone whose thoughts and feelings had value beyond your own private experience. You felt less alone in the world, less strange, less convinced that your way of seeing things was too weird or too complicated for anyone else to appreciate. The rush of this recognition was immediate and overwhelming. Your entire nervous system seemed to relax as the tension of trying to be understood dissolved into the relief of having actually been understood. You felt smarter, more articulate, more interesting than you had moments before. The conversation became easier, more flowing, more mutually satisfying as you discovered that communication was possible in ways you hadn't dared to hope for. But this feeling of perfect understanding was as fragile as it was wonderful. Later conversations with the same person might not flow as smoothly. They might misunderstand you about other things, or you might fail to connect on topics that mattered just as much to you. The recognition you felt was real but specific, tied to that particular moment and that particular exchange, rather than representing some permanent alignment of perspectives. Butterflies before a performance, whether it was a school play, a musical recital, a presentation at work, or any other moment when you were about to put yourself in front of others to be seen and judged, your body responded with the same cocktail of excitement and terror that humans have been experiencing since the first person decided to stand up in front of a group and try to entertain or educate or inspire them. Your heart was beating faster than usual, your breathing was shallow, your hands might have been trembling slightly, but mixed with the nervousness was something else, a heightened awareness, an intensity of focus, a sense that you were about to do something that mattered. The stakes felt enormous, even when logically you knew they weren't, even when you understood that most people would forget your performance within days. There was something almost magical about standing in the wings or behind the podium or wherever you waited for your moment to begin. You were still yourself, but you were also about to become a performer, to transform from someone who lived privately to someone who existed publicly, to share something you had prepared with people who were choosing to pay attention to you. The butterflies were your body's way of preparing for this transformation, of mobilizing energy for the challenge of being seen. They were uncomfortable but also oddly reassuring, evidence that what you were about to do mattered enough to trigger your nervous system's most ancient responses to significant moments. But once you began performing, the butterflies usually disappeared, replaced by focus and presence, and the particular satisfaction that comes from doing something you've prepared for while other people watch. The anticipatory anxiety gave way to the flow state of actually engaging with your material, your audience, your opportunity to communicate something you cared about to people who had chosen to listen. First heartbreak. Nothing prepared you for the physical reality of heartbreak, the way it felt like an actual injury, a wound in your chest that made breathing difficult and eating impossible. You had heard people talk about broken hearts, had seen it depicted in movies and songs, but you thought it was metaphorical until you experienced the literal ache that seemed to emanate from somewhere behind your ribs. The pain was different from anything you had felt before, because it combined physical suffering with emotional devastation in ways that were completely overwhelming. Your body hurt, but more than that, your sense of reality had been shattered. The person you loved, who you thought loved you back, had revealed that your understanding of the relationship was wrong, that the future you had imagined was never going to happen, that the connection you thought was mutual was actually one-sided. Everything reminded you of them. Songs on the radio, places you had been together, foods you had shared, even random objects that had no connection to your relationship, but that somehow triggered memories of conversations or moments that now felt precious and irretrievable. Your phone felt heavy with the weight of messages you wanted to send but knew you shouldn't, calls you wanted to make but understood would only make everything worse. The heartbreak consumed your attention in ways that made it difficult to focus on anything else. Work, school, friendships, family obligations, everything felt distant and unimportant compared to the magnitude of your loss. You couldn't understand how the world continued functioning when something so important to you had ended, how other people could go about their daily routines when you were falling apart. But heartbreak, like all emotions, had its own timeline. Slowly, gradually, the intensity began to fade. Not because you stopped caring about the person you had lost, but because your nervous system couldn't sustain that level of emotional intensity indefinitely. The sharp pain became a dull ache. The constant preoccupation became occasional waves of sadness, The feeling that you would never recover became the recognition that you were, in fact, slowly healing. The shame you've outgrown. There was something about yourself that you once found so mortifying, so unacceptable, so fundamentally wrong that you organized your entire social strategy around hiding it from others. Maybe it was something about your appearance, your family background, your interests, your abilities, your sexual orientation, your mental health, your financial situation. Whatever it was, it felt like a secret that would destroy other people's opinion of you if they discovered it. You lived in constant fear of being found out, of having this shameful truth about yourself exposed in ways that would lead to rejection, ridicule, or abandonment. You developed elaborate methods for concealing what you saw as your fundamental flaw. Learned to deflect conversations that might lead to dangerous territory, became skilled at presenting a version of yourself that seemed normal and acceptable and worthy of inclusion. The shame shaped everything. The clothes you wore, the activities you avoided, the relationships you kept superficial, the dreams you didn't pursue because they might require revealing too much about who you really were. It was exhausting to maintain this level of vigilance, to constantly monitor yourself for signs that your secret might be showing, to live in the gap between who you were and who you thought you needed to be. But somehow gradually the shame lost its power over you. Maybe you met other people who shared your supposedly shameful characteristic and who seemed to live freely without apology. Maybe you gained enough life experience to realize that everyone was hiding something, that the normal people you envied were also struggling with their own secrets and insecurities. Maybe you simply got tired of carrying the weight of self-hatred and decided that authenticity was worth the risk of rejection. The process of outgrowing shame was slow and uneven, marked by moments of backsliding and breakthrough in equal measure. But eventually you reached a point where the thing that had once felt unacceptable about yourself became just another aspect of who you were. Not necessarily something to celebrate, but not something to hide either. You learned to mention it casually in conversation, to make jokes about it, to treat it as information rather than as evidence of your fundamental unworthiness. The confidence that was only temporary. For a period of time, maybe weeks, maybe months, maybe just a few golden days, you felt like you could do anything. Everything you touched seemed to turn out well. Conversations flowed easily. Work projects succeeded beyond your expectations. People responded to you with warmth and enthusiasm. You felt attractive, intelligent, capable, worthy of good things happening to you. This confidence wasn't based on delusion or arrogance. You had evidence for it, accomplishments that proved your competence, feedback that confirmed your value, experiences that demonstrated your ability to navigate challenges successfully. You weren't pretending to be more than you were. You were simply seeing yourself clearly without the distortion of insecurity or self-doubt. During this time, risks felt manageable, opportunities felt abundant, failures felt like temporary setbacks rather than evidence of fundamental inadequacy. You spoke up in meetings, applied for positions that stretched your qualifications, initiated conversations with people who intimidated you, said yes to invitations that took you outside your comfort zone. Life felt expansive and full of possibility. The confidence was intoxicating in the best possible way. You remembered what it felt like to move through the world without constantly second-guessing yourself, to trust your instincts, to believe that your thoughts and feelings and contributions mattered. You felt like this was who you really were underneath all the anxiety and self-criticism that usually clouded your self-perception. But confidence, like all emotional states, proved temporary. Maybe you experienced a significant failure that shook your faith in your abilities. Maybe you encountered people who didn't respond to you with the warmth you'd come to expect. Maybe you simply returned to your baseline level of self-doubt as the circumstances that had boosted your confidence changed or ended. The loss of confidence was particularly painful because you knew how good it felt to live without it, because you had proof that a different way of experiencing yourself was possible. But perhaps the temporary nature of confidence was also its gift, the reminder that self-doubt was equally temporary, that the way you felt about yourself in any given moment was not a permanent verdict on your worth. The rage you couldn't hold on to, Someone did something so unfair, so deliberately hurtful, so completely unacceptable that your entire being organized itself around anger. You felt it in your body as much as in your mind. Tension in your shoulders, heat in your face, energy that demanded immediate action. The injustice of what had happened was so clear, so obvious, that your rage felt not just justified, but necessary. Not just appropriate, but morally required. You rehearsed angry conversations in your mind, imagined confrontations where you would finally tell them exactly what you thought of their behaviour, planned elaborate revenge scenarios that would make them understand the pain they had caused you. The anger gave you energy, clarity, purpose. It felt like righteous fuel for the actions you needed to take to protect yourself or others from further harm. For a while, the rage sustained itself, fed by your rehearsal of grievances and your continued contact with reminders of what had happened. You told friends about the situation, seeking validation for your anger, wanting others to confirm that your response was appropriate and that the person who had wronged you deserved consequences for their actions. But anger, even justified anger, is difficult to maintain at high intensity for extended periods. Your nervous system wasn't designed to stay in fight or flight mode indefinitely. Gradually, the white-hot fury began to cool into something more manageable. Disappointment, perhaps, or sadness, or simply the recognition that some people were going to behave badly regardless of how you felt about it. The cooling of rage often brought its own form of loss. The anger had felt powerful, energizing, protective. It had given you a clear sense of right and wrong, a simple framework for understanding a complex situation. As it faded, you were left with more nuanced but less satisfying emotions. The recognition that the person who had hurt you was probably struggling with their own problems, the understanding that revenge would only create more suffering, the weary acceptance that some injustices would never be corrected or acknowledged. Pure relief. After weeks or months of waiting for test results, or living with uncertainty about a relationship, or dealing with a crisis that seemed to have no resolution, the news finally came. Everything was going to be okay. The medical tests were negative, the relationship was salvageable, the crisis had resolved itself in ways that exceeded your most optimistic expectations. The relief was physical as much as emotional, a loosening of muscles you didn't realize you'd been holding tight, a deepening of breath that had been shallow for so long you'd forgotten what it felt like to breathe normally. Your entire nervous system seemed to exhale, releasing tension that had become so familiar you had stopped noticing it was there. For that moment, the world felt fundamentally safe and friendly. The anxiety that had been your constant companion disappeared so completely that you couldn't remember why you had been so worried. The future, which had seemed threatening and uncertain, now appeared manageable and full of possibility. You felt grateful not just for the good news you'd received, but for the simple experience of not being afraid. Pure relief was different from happiness or excitement, because it was about the absence of something negative rather than the presence of something positive. It was the joy of not having to worry anymore, the satisfaction of surviving something difficult, the peace that comes from knowing that the worst-case scenario you'd been imagining was not going to happen. But relief, like all intense emotions, was temporary. As the immediate crisis passed and life returned to normal, other concerns arose to take its place. The problems that had seemed so trivial compared to what you had been dealing with reasserted their importance. The appreciation you felt for ordinary pleasures began to fade as those pleasures became ordinary again. The ache of missing someone. It started as a simple wish that they were there, to share a joke with, to ask for advice, to sit in comfortable silence while you both did your own things. But missing someone is never simple. It's a complex emotional state that combines love and loss, gratitude and sadness, the pleasure of memory and the pain of absence. You found yourself reaching for your phone to text them before remembering they weren't available to respond, either because they were travelling or busy or no longer part of your life in the way they used to be. You wanted to tell them about things that happened during your day, wanted their perspective on decisions you were making, wanted the particular kind of understanding and support that only they could provide. The missing was most acute in moments when you were experiencing something you knew they would appreciate. A beautiful sunset, a funny story, a piece of music that reminded you of conversations you used to have. These moments felt incomplete without them, as if joy could only be fully realised when it was shared with the person who would understand exactly why it mattered to you. But missing someone also contained its own strange comfort. It was proof that they had mattered to you, evidence that their presence in your life had been meaningful enough to leave a noticeable absence when they were gone. The ache was painful, but also somehow precious, a way of keeping connection alive across distance or time, or the other circumstances that had separated you. The intensity of missing someone fluctuated unpredictably. Sometimes it hit you like a wave when you least expected it, triggered by a song, a smell, a random memory that surfaced without warning. Other times it was a background presence, a gentle melancholy that coloured your experience without overwhelming it. The safety of being held, whether it was physical comfort from someone you loved, or the psychological security of knowing you were completely accepted, or simply the rare experience of not having to be strong or capable, or responsible for anything except receiving care, being held was one of the most fundamental human experiences of safety and connection. Your entire nervous system relaxed in ways that reminded you how much energy you usually spent maintaining vigilance, independence, the appearance of having everything under control. For those moments, you could let go of the weight of managing your own life and trust that someone else would ensure you were okay. The holding could be literal, arms around you, pressure that reminded your body it was safe to release tension, or it could be metaphorical, the feeling of being understood so completely that you didn't have to explain or justify or defend yourself. Either way, it provided respite from the exhausting work of being an individual separate from everyone else in the world. This safety felt like coming home to yourself, like remembering what it was like to be cared for without conditions or expectations. You didn't have to perform or achieve or prove anything to deserve the comfort you were receiving. You could simply exist and be attended to, be vulnerable without risk, be needy without shame. But being held, whether literally or figuratively, was always temporary. Arms eventually loosened, conversations eventually ended, the person providing comfort eventually returned to their own life and their own needs. You had to go back to being independent, self-sufficient, responsible for your own emotional regulation and practical needs. These feelings, excitement, recognition, nervousness, heartbreak, shame, confidence, rage, relief, missing, safety, are the temporary visitors that shape our inner weather from moment to moment, day to day, year to year. They arrive uninvited, transform our experience of being alive while they're present, and then move on, leaving us changed by their passage, but unable to control their coming or going. We spend enormous energy trying to hold on to the pleasant emotions and push away the difficult ones, but feelings follow their own logic, their own timing, their own mysterious purposes in the ecology of consciousness. They are not problems to be solved, but experiences to be lived through, not possessions to be grasped, but forces to be acknowledged and allowed to complete their natural cycles. Perhaps the secret is not to hold on to feelings, but to feel them fully while they're present, to appreciate their temporary gifts without demanding that they stay longer than they're meant to trust that the difficult emotions will pass and that the pleasant ones will return, different each time but recognizable in their essential nature. The impermanence of emotion is not a flaw in the design of consciousness, but one of its most essential features. If feelings lasted forever, we would be trapped by our first heartbreak, our first moment of shame, our first experience of terror. But we would also be trapped by our first moment of joy, our first experience of love, our first taste of success. The same impermanence that makes emotional pain bearable also ensures that emotional growth remains possible throughout our entire lives. Feelings come and go like weather, but we are not the weather. We are the sky through which all weather passes, vast enough to contain any storm, stable enough to remain ourselves while everything inside us changes, enduring enough to witness the entire cycle of emotional seasons that make up a human life. Every place you've ever loved is gone, not destroyed necessarily, not erased from the map or reduced to rubble, but changed in ways that make it impossible to return to the place it was when it mattered most to you. The coordinates remain the same, the address is unchanged, the physical structures may be identical, but the place itself, the particular combination of space and time and meaning that made it feel like home or sanctuary or possibility, has vanished as completely as if it never existed. This is one of the most overlooked forms of loss, perhaps because it seems less dramatic than losing people, or less tragic than losing capacities. But places shape us in ways that are so fundamental, we often don't recognise their influence until they're gone. They provide the backdrop against which our most important experiences unfold, the context that gives meaning to memory, the physical coordinates of identity itself. A place is never just geography. It's geography plus time plus circumstance plus the particular version of yourself who inhabited it, plus all the other people who shared it with you, plus the hopes and fears and dreams and routines that played out within its boundaries. Remove any of these elements, and the place becomes something else entirely, recognisable perhaps, but no longer the same. We lose places constantly without acknowledging the loss. Every time we move, every time a neighbourhood changes, every time a building is renovated or torn down, every time the people who populated a space move onto other spaces, we lose access to locations that once felt permanent, that once seemed like they would always be available when we needed them. But we also lose places through the simple passage of time, even when nothing about them changes except us. The coffee shop where you studied in college becomes just another coffee shop when you're no longer a student. The park where you walked when you were heartbroken becomes just another park when your heart has healed. The room where you grew up becomes just another room when you're no longer growing up in it. Your childhood bedroom. It was your first kingdom, your original sanctuary, the place where you learned what it meant to have space that belonged to you. Every inch of it was mapped in your consciousness. The exact creak of the floorboard beside your bed, the way afternoon light fell across your desk, the pattern of shadows that the tree outside your window cast on the wall, the particular quality of silence that settled over the room late at night when the rest of the house was asleep. You knew that room more intimately than any place you would ever know again. You had memorised the texture of the walls, the placement of electrical outlets, the way the doors stuck slightly when the weather was humid. You could navigate it in complete darkness, could find anything you needed without thinking. It was the place you went to be alone with your thoughts, to process the complicated emotions of growing up, to dream about the future that seemed so distant and so full of possibility. The room held your secrets, journals hidden in drawers, treasures collected over years of childhood adventures, photos and letters and souvenirs from experiences that felt monumentally important at the time. It was decorated with your choices, organised according to your preferences, arranged to reflect your evolving sense of who you were and who you wanted to become. More than just shelter, it was the physical embodiment of your developing autonomy. You negotiated for the right to choose its colours, to arrange its furniture, to close its door when you needed privacy. It was where you learned to be alone without being lonely, where you practiced conversations you were too nervous to have in real life, where you lay awake at night thinking about everything and nothing. But childhood bedrooms exist only as long as childhood lasts, and childhood ends whether you're ready or not. Maybe your family moved when you went to college. Maybe your parents converted the space into an office or guest room. Maybe they left everything exactly as it was, but you became someone who no longer needed that particular kind of sanctuary. Even if the physical space remains unchanged, the room you remember is gone because the person who inhabited it is gone. The child who found such complete security within those four walls has been replaced by someone who carries their security inside themselves, who has learned to make home in many different places, who no longer needs a room of their own to feel safe in the world. The first place you felt independent. Maybe it was your first apartment, with its mismatched furniture and perpetually empty refrigerator, where you learned that freedom came with the responsibility of paying rent and buying groceries and figuring out how to fix things when they broke. Maybe it was your college dorm room, where you stayed up too late and ate too much pizza and discovered what it was like to make decisions without parental input. Maybe it was just a corner of some shared space that felt like yours in ways that nowhere else ever had. Whatever the physical details, it was the first place where you experienced the particular joy and terror of being responsible for your own life. You could come and go as you pleased, eat cereal for dinner if you wanted to, invite people over without asking permission, play music as loud as you wanted, sleep until noon on weekends, stay out all night without having to explain yourself to anyone. The independence was intoxicating. After years of living under other people's rules, following other people's schedules, accommodating other people's preferences, you finally had space that operated according to your choices. You could experiment with different versions of yourself, try out new routines, explore interests that you'd never had the privacy or autonomy to pursue. But independence was also overwhelming. You were responsible not just for the freedom you wanted, but for all the practical necessities you had previously taken for granted. You had to learn to cook, to clean, to manage money, to maintain relationships without the built-in support structure of family proximity. You discovered that autonomy required competence, that freedom came with obligations, that making all your own decisions was harder than you had imagined when you were fantasizing about it. That first independent space was where you learned who you were when nobody was watching, what you actually wanted when you didn't have to consider anyone else's preferences, how you naturally organized your time and energy when external structure was removed. It was where you began the lifelong process of creating home for yourself, rather than simply accepting the home that others created for you. But first independent spaces are meant to be temporary, stepping stones toward the kinds of independence that don't require proving anything to yourself or anyone else. You outgrew the need for the particular kind of freedom that place represented, learned to carry your autonomy with you, rather than anchoring it to any specific location. The street you walked home on every day. For months or years, that route was the soundtrack of your daily transition between public and private life, work and rest. The self you presented to the world and the self you were when no one was watching. You knew every landmark along the way. The house with a garden that changed with the seasons, the dog that always barked from behind the same fence, the corner where you had to decide whether to stop for coffee or go straight home. Walking that street became a form of meditation, a time for your mind to process the events of the day, to decompress from whatever challenges you had faced, to prepare for whatever awaited you at home. You had internal conversations with people you were too nervous to talk to in real life, rehearsed difficult conversations, worked through problems that seemed unsolvable when you were sitting still, but that sometimes resolved themselves through the rhythm of walking. The street held all your moods, witnessed your emotional weather across seasons and years. You walked it when you were excited about new opportunities, when you were devastated by disappointments, when you were angry about injustices, when you were content with the ordinary pleasures of routine. It became the physical space where you did some of your most important thinking, where insights emerged naturally from the combination of movement and solitude. You took that street for granted because it was always there, because it seemed like a permanent feature of your geography, rather than a temporary arrangement that would eventually end. You assumed you would always have that particular transition space, that daily opportunity for reflection, that familiar route that connected the different aspects of your life. But nothing about daily life is actually permanent. Jobs end, living situations change, new routes become necessary, and suddenly, the street that was once so central to your routine becomes just another street you occasionally drive past, wondering if the garden still changes with the seasons, if the dog still barks from behind the fence, if someone else has claimed your walking meditation as their own. The cafe that closed without warning, it was more than just a place to buy coffee. It was your unofficial office, your social hub, your refuge from the intensity of daily life. You had a preferred table, a usual order, a relationship with the staff that made you feel like you belonged somewhere, like you were part of a community rather than just another customer passing through. You conducted important conversations there, celebrated small victories, nursed yourself through difficult periods, worked on projects that mattered to you. The ambient noise provided the perfect background for concentration. The atmosphere struck exactly the right balance between stimulating and peaceful. The location was convenient to everything else in your life. More importantly, it was reliable. In a world that often felt chaotic and unpredictable, the cafe represented stability, continuity, the comfort of knowing that some things remained constant even when everything else was changing. You could count on it being there when you needed it, could plan to meet friends there, could assume it would continue to be part of your routine indefinitely. And then one day you arrived to find a sign on the door announcing that it was closed, permanently, effective, immediately. Maybe the rent had increased beyond what the owners could afford. Maybe they had decided to retire. Maybe the building had been sold to developers who had different plans for the space. The reasons mattered less than the sudden absence of something you had expected to always be there. The loss felt disproportionate to what had actually disappeared. It was just a business, after all, just a place that sold coffee and pastries to people who had money to spend on convenience and atmosphere. But it had also been a crucial piece of your social infrastructure. A third place that wasn't work and wasn't home, but was something in between. Something necessary for the kind of urban life you had built for yourself. You found other cafes, developed new routines, adapted to the changed landscape of your neighbourhood. But none of them ever felt quite the same, because the significance of the original cafe hadn't been about the coffee or the furniture or even the location. It had been about the particular moment in your life when you had needed exactly what it offered, when your circumstances had aligned perfectly with what it provided, the hallway where everything changed. It was just a corridor connecting one place to another, unremarkable except for its function as transitional space, notable only for its ordinariness. But it was there, in that specific stretch of institutional carpet and fluorescent lighting, that you received news that altered the trajectory of your entire life. Maybe it was a phone call, maybe a conversation with someone you encountered by chance, maybe just a moment of realization that struck you while you were walking from one obligation to another. The hallway became sacred through association with transformation, elevated from mundane space to significant location by virtue of what happened there. Afterward, every time you walked through it, you remembered not just the news you'd received, but the person you had been before you received it. The version of yourself who had entered that hallway, carrying different assumptions about what was possible, what was likely, what the future held. You might have tried to avoid that hallway for a while, taking longer routes to get where you needed to go because passing through the space where your life had changed felt too intense, too loaded with memory and meaning. Or you might have sought it out, returned to it hoping to recapture something of that moment of transformation, trying to understand how ordinary space could contain such extraordinary events. But hallways, like all transitional spaces, resist the kind of attention we want to pay them after they become significant. They're designed for movement, for passage, for the functional business of getting from here to there. They don't hold on to meaning the way rooms do, don't accumulate atmosphere the way places designed for dwelling do. Eventually, the hallway returned to being just a hallway, its power to evoke memory diminished by repeated exposure, its significance diluted by all the ordinary trips you made through it, for mundane reasons. The transformation it had witnessed became part of your history rather than part of its identity, carried in your memory rather than embedded in the space itself. The city that used to feel like yours. You arrived as a stranger, but somehow, gradually, the city claimed you, or you claimed it, and what had once felt foreign and overwhelming became familiar and manageable, and eventually essential to your sense of who you were. You learned its rhythms, its shortcuts, its secret places that weren't in any guidebook, but that locals shared with each other through lived experience. You developed relationships with places. The bookstore where you could browse for hours, the park where you went to think, the restaurant where the staff knew your order, the corner where you met friends, the street where you lived when you were poor and happy and convinced that this city was where you would always want to be. The geography became personal, mapped not just by streets and landmarks, but by memory and meaning. You felt protective of the city in ways that surprised you, defensive when visitors criticized it, proud when it was featured positively in national media, invested in its politics and culture and future in ways that made you feel like more than just a temporary resident. You belonged to it, and it belonged to you in ways that seemed permanent, foundational, immune to the kinds of changes that affected other aspects of your life. But cities change whether you want them to or not, and people change whether cities want them to or not. The neighbourhoods you loved were discovered by developers, transformed by gentrification, priced beyond your ability to afford them. The local businesses that had given the city its character were replaced by chain stores that could pay higher rents. The friends who had made the city feel like home moved away, got married, started families, developed different priorities that no longer included late-night adventures in urban landscape. Or maybe the city stayed the same, but you changed, developed different needs and preferences that it could no longer satisfy. Maybe you got tired of the noise, the crowds, the expense, the pace that had once excited you but now felt exhausting. Maybe you fell in love with someone who lived somewhere else, or got a job that required relocating, or simply decided you wanted a different kind of life than the city could provide. The process of falling out of love with a place is as gradual and complex as falling out of love with a person. First, you notice small irritations that you hadn't paid attention to before. Then, you start imagining what it would be like to live somewhere else. Then you begin to feel like a tourist in places that once felt like home, observing rather than participating, remembering rather than experiencing. The house that held your family. It wasn't the largest house or the nicest house or the house you had always dreamed of living in, but it was the house where your family learned to be a family, where you developed the rhythms and traditions and inside jokes that defined your shared life. Every room held layers of memory, holiday celebrations, family meetings, quiet moments of connection, dramatic arguments, ordinary evenings when nothing special happened but everyone was together and that was enough. The kitchen was where you gathered for meals and conversations, where homework was completed at the table while dinner was being prepared, where late-night snacks were consumed during serious talks that lasted until dawn. The living room was where you watched movies together, where holiday presents were opened, where family meetings were held to make decisions that affected everyone. Your bedroom was your private space within the family space, but even it was shaped by the sounds and rhythms of family life. Footsteps in the hallway, conversations drifting up from downstairs, the knowledge that other people who cared about you were sleeping in nearby rooms. The house provided not just shelter, but the physical container for the relationships that defined your daily experience. But families, like individuals, eventually outgrow the spaces that once contained them perfectly. Children leave for college, for jobs, for relationships that require different geographies. Parents downsize, relocate, redesign their lives around empty nests and new priorities. The house that once barely seemed large enough to hold everyone's needs becomes too large for the smaller family unit that remains. Sometimes the transition is gradual, bedrooms converted to other purposes, family traditions modified to accommodate changing circumstances, the slow recognition that the house has become something different from what it was during the years when it was most intensely home. Sometimes it's sudden, a death, a divorce, a financial crisis that requires immediate change. Either way, the house that held your family becomes a former house, a place where your family used to live rather than a place where your family lives. It may be sold to strangers who will create their own memories within its walls, or it may remain in the family but serve different purposes, become a different kind of place for different kinds of relationships. A country you once dreamed of. Maybe you saw it in movies or read about it in books or heard stories from people who had travelled there. But somehow, it captured your imagination in ways that made it seem like the place where your real life was waiting to begin. You collected information about it, studied its language, researched its culture, planned elaborate trips that would allow you to experience it firsthand, and finally understand what it was that called to you so strongly. The country existed in your mind as pure possibility, as the solution to whatever was missing from your current life, as the place where you would finally become the person you were meant to be. You imagined walking its streets, eating its food, talking to its people, absorbing its atmosphere in ways that would transform your understanding of yourself and the world. You saved money for plane tickets, applied for visas, made lists of places to visit and things to experience. The anticipation was almost as satisfying as the trip itself promised to be, because it gave you something to work toward, a goal that organised your current decisions around future possibility. But when you finally arrived, the country was both exactly what you had expected and completely different from what you had imagined. The physical details were right. The architecture, the landscape, the food, the language. But the emotional experience was more complex than your fantasies had allowed for. You were still yourself in this new place, carrying the same internal weather, the same personality quirks, the same fundamental patterns of thought and feeling that had characterized you at home. the country revealed itself to be a real place rather than a symbolic one, populated by real people, dealing with real problems rather than the romantic figures your imagination had populated it with. It had its own forms of mundane reality, its own versions of the ordinary challenges that characterize daily life everywhere. You may have loved it anyway, may have decided to stay or to return frequently, may have found that it offered something valuable even if it wasn't the transformative experience you had expected. But the country you had dreamed of, the perfect place that would solve all your problems and complete your identity, that country had never existed except in the space between your longing and your limited understanding of what any place could actually provide, a place where you were truly seen. It might have been a classroom where a teacher recognized your potential, a workplace where your contributions were valued, a social gathering where you felt completely accepted for who you were rather than who you thought you needed to be. The specific location mattered less than the feeling it provided. The rare experience of being in a space where your authentic self was not just tolerated, but celebrated. In that place, you didn't have to monitor yourself constantly, didn't have to worry about saying the wrong thing, or revealing too much, or failing to meet expectations you didn't fully understand. You could relax into being yourself, could trust that your thoughts and feelings and quirks would be received with interest rather than judgment, with appreciation rather than criticism. The sense of being seen was both profound and simple. It wasn't about being understood perfectly. No one can understand anyone else completely, but about being understood enough, about finding people who could recognize your essential qualities and respond to them positively. It was about discovering that you were not as strange or difficult or unlovable as you had sometimes feared. That place became a refuge, a space you returned to whenever you needed to remember what it felt like to belong somewhere, to be part of a community that appreciated rather than merely tolerated your presence. It provided evidence that such spaces were possible, that you could find or create environments where being yourself was an asset rather than a liability. But places where we feel truly seen are often temporary, dependent on particular combinations of people and circumstances that can't be maintained indefinitely. People move on, organizations change, social dynamics shift in ways that alter the fundamental character of spaces we thought would always provide the acceptance we found there. Somewhere you'll never return. Maybe it's a place that no longer exists, or a place that exists but has changed beyond recognition, or a place that exists unchanged but that you can never visit again because of geography, economics, politics, or the simple fact that the version of yourself who belonged there no longer exists. It lives now only in memory, preserved exactly as it was during the time when it mattered most to you. You carry it with you as a reference point, a reminder of what was once possible, a piece of evidence that beauty and meaning and belonging can be found in the most unexpected locations. It appears in dreams sometimes, or in moments of nostalgia when you're feeling disconnected from your current circumstances and need to remember that you have experienced profound connection to place before. The fact that you can't return makes it both more precious and more painful. It becomes frozen in time, protected from the disappointment that might come from discovering that it had changed in ways that diminished its power to move you. But it also becomes unreachable, available only through memory, valuable only as something to remember rather than something to experience. These lost places, childhood bedrooms, first apartments, daily routes, beloved cafes, transformative hallways, adopted cities, family houses, dreamed countries, sanctuaries of acceptance, unreachable destinations, are the physical coordinates of our emotional geography. They shaped us while we inhabited them, and they continue to shape us through their absence, through the way we miss them, through the way we search for their qualities in new places we encounter. We carry them with us not as possessions, but as internal landscapes, as parts of our identity that were forged in specific physical locations, but that have become portable through memory and meaning. They teach us that home is not just a place but a feeling, that belonging is not just about location, but about the quality of attention we bring to wherever we find ourselves. Perhaps the secret of loving places without clinging to them is learning to appreciate them fully while we have access to them, to pay attention to their gifts while understanding that those gifts are temporary, to allow them to shape us while accepting that we will eventually have to carry their influence with us to new places that will shape us in new ways. The places we lose remain alive in the geography of memory, where they exist not as they were but as they mattered, not as fixed locations but as movable experiences of what it feels like to find sanctuary, meaning and belonging in the temporary arrangements of space and time that define our passage through the world. The things we lose say more about who we were than the things we keep. Not because the lost objects were more valuable than the ones that remain. Often they were worth nothing to anyone but us. But because losing something forces us to confront what it actually meant, what role it played in our sense of self, what story we were telling ourselves about our life when that object was part of it. We live surrounded by things, accumulating possessions without really thinking about why we're keeping them or what we expect them to do for us. Most objects fade into the background of daily life, serving their practical functions without demanding attention, existing as part of the infrastructure of routine rather than as conscious choices about how we want to live. But when something goes missing, lost, stolen, broken, given away, thrown out by mistake, we suddenly realize how much meaning we had invested in it without being aware of the investment. The physical absence creates an emotional presence, and we find ourselves mourning not just the object itself, but the version of ourselves who had valued it, the period of our life when it had seemed important enough to keep. Objects are repositories of memory and meaning in ways that we rarely acknowledge while we possess them. They hold our history, mark our transitions, represent our aspirations and achievements and relationships. They serve as anchors for identity in a world where everything else is constantly changing, providing tangible evidence that our experiences were real, that our past actually happened, that the person we used to be was not just a story we tell ourselves, but someone who existed in the world and left traces of their existence. When we lose these objects, we lose more than their practical function. We lose the physical connection to memories that felt more solid when they had material representatives. We lose the comfort of being surrounded by things that knew us when we were different, that had witnessed our growth and change and could testify to the continuity of our identity across time. But perhaps what we lose most of all is the illusion that anything can be permanently possessed, that the things we care about can be protected from the forces of entropy and accident and time that eventually claim everything we try to hold on to, a gift you can't find. It was something small but perfect, chosen specifically for you by someone who understood what would make you happy. Maybe it was jewellery that suited your taste exactly, or a book that addressed interests you had mentioned in passing, or a piece of art that captured something you couldn't articulate but that they had somehow recognised in you. The gift itself was valuable, but what made it precious was the attention it represented, the evidence that someone had been listening to you carefully enough to know what would bring you joy. You treasured it not just for its beauty or usefulness, but for what it proved about your relationship with the giver, for the care and thought that had gone into choosing it, for the moment when you had unwrapped it and felt truly seen and understood. It became a talisman of connection, a physical reminder that you mattered enough to someone for them to invest time and energy in making you happy. You kept it somewhere special, brought it out on occasions when you wanted to feel particularly connected to the person who had given it to you, or when you needed to remember that you were the kind of person who deserved thoughtful gifts. It participated in your rituals of self-care and celebration, serving functions that had nothing to do with its original purpose and everything to do with its symbolic meaning. But somewhere along the way, in a move or a cleaning spree or just the ordinary chaos of daily life, it disappeared. You searched everywhere you could think of, retraced your steps, questioned family members and friends about whether they had seen it. You looked in obvious places and ridiculous places, convinced that it had to be somewhere, that something that important couldn't simply vanish without explanation. The loss felt disproportionate to the object's practical value. It was just a thing, after all, replaceable in the technical sense, even if not replaceable in terms of its specific history and meaning. But you grieved for it as if you had lost a piece of your past, a connection to someone who mattered to you, evidence of a moment when you had felt completely understood and appreciated. Years later, you still notice its absence. Not constantly, but in moments when you're reminded of the person who gave it to you, or when you're looking for something to mark a special occasion, or when you're cleaning and come across the space where it used to live. The empty spot it left behind remains visible to you long after you've stopped actively searching for the object itself. A shirt that doesn't fit anymore. It was your favourite for years, the piece of clothing you reached for when you wanted to feel confident, comfortable, authentically yourself. It fit perfectly, looked good with everything, felt like an extension of your personality rather than just something you put on to cover your body. You loved the way it moved when you moved, the way it made you feel attractive and put together without trying too hard. You wore it to important events and ordinary days alike, dressed it up with accessories or dressed it down with casual layers, relied on it to solve the daily problem of what to wear when you wanted to look good without thinking too much about your appearance. It became part of your signature style, the item friends associated with you, the thing you packed first when travelling because you knew it would work for any occasion. But bodies change, whether through aging or illness or weight fluctuation, or the simple passage of time that alters our physical form in ways both subtle and dramatic. The shirt that once fit like it was made for you began to feel tight in the wrong places, loose in other wrong places, somehow foreign on your body in ways that made you self-conscious rather than confident. You kept it anyway, hanging in your closet like a reproach or a hope, depending on your mood and your relationship with your changing body on any given day. Sometimes you tried it on, thinking maybe this time it would feel right again. Maybe your perception of the fit was just based on a temporary bad mood or unflattering lighting. But it never felt the same as it had during the years when it was truly yours. Eventually you had to admit that the shirt belonged to a version of your body that no longer existed, that keeping it was a form of denial about the reality of physical change, that it was taking up space that could be used for clothes that actually fit the person you had become. But getting rid of it felt like accepting that the version of yourself who had worn it confidently was gone, that some changes can't be reversed through willpower or wishful thinking. The shirt was just fabric and thread, replaceable in the marketplace even if not replaceable in your personal history. But losing it meant losing the particular kind of confidence it had provided, the ease it had given you in your relationship with your physical self, the period of your life when you had felt completely comfortable in your own skin and in the clothes that covered it. A journal you lost. It contained everything. Your thoughts, fears, dreams, daily observations, attempts to make sense of experiences that seemed too complex for ordinary conversation. For months or years you had poured your interior life into its pages, using writing as a way to process emotions, work through problems, record insights that felt important enough to preserve. The journal knew you better than any person did, held secrets you had never spoken aloud, contained the full complexity of your inner world without judgment or editing. You had written in it when you were angry, sad, confused, excited, grateful, lost, using words as a way to understand your own emotional weather, to track patterns in your thinking, to have conversations with yourself that helped clarify what you actually felt about people and situations and possibilities. It was more than just a record of events. It was a record of your developing consciousness, a chronological account of how you learned to think about yourself and the world, evidence of your intellectual and emotional growth over time. Reading earlier entries, you could see how your perspective had evolved, how problems that had seemed insurmountable had resolved themselves or transformed into different problems, how concerns that had consumed enormous mental energy had faded into irrelevance. But journals are vulnerable objects, easier to lose than most possessions because they look unremarkable from the outside, because their value is entirely personal and therefore invisible to anyone who might find them. A moment of carelessness, a bag left behind, a move where not everything gets packed carefully, and years of your interior life simply disappear. The loss was devastating in ways that were hard to explain to other people. It was just a notebook, after all, filled with your own thoughts that you could presumably remember if they were important. But memory is different from record, and the specific words you had used to capture particular moments of understanding were irreplaceable. The chronological development of your thinking, irretrievable. Losing the journal meant losing a particular kind of relationship with your own past, the ability to revisit not just what had happened to you, but how you had felt about what had happened, what you had learned from various experiences, how you had changed over time. It was like losing access to a version of yourself that had existed only in writing, that had been more honest and more reflective than the self you presented to the world. A letter you threw away too soon. It arrived at a moment when you weren't ready to receive what it contained, an apology you weren't prepared to accept, a declaration of love you couldn't reciprocate, news about someone's life that you weren't ready to celebrate or mourn. You read it quickly, defensively, your emotional walls raised against whatever impact it might have on your carefully maintained equilibrium. Your first impulse was to get rid of it, to remove the physical evidence of communication that felt too complicated to process. So you threw it away, tore it up, deleted it from your email. Whatever form of disposal felt most final, most protective of your current emotional state. You told yourself you were being strong, setting boundaries, refusing to be manipulated by someone else's attempt to reopen conversations you considered closed. But emotions have their own timeline, different from the timeline of communication and decision-making. Weeks or months later, when your circumstances had changed, or your feelings had evolved, or you had simply had time to process what the letter had contained, you found yourself wanting to read it again. Not because you had changed your mind about its central message, but because you had changed your relationship to that message, had developed the capacity to receive it differently. You realized that your initial reaction had been based on who you were at the moment you received the letter, rather than on what the letter actually said, that you had responded to your own emotional state rather than to the communication itself. With more time and perspective, you could imagine reading it with curiosity rather than defensiveness, with compassion rather than anger, with appreciation for the vulnerability it represented rather than irritation at its unwanted arrival. But the letter was gone, irretrievable from whatever garbage bin or delete folder had claimed it. You couldn't remember the exact words, couldn't revisit the specific way the sender had chosen to express themselves, couldn't give their communication the more generous reading you were now capable of providing. You were left with only your memory of your own reaction, not with access to the thing you had reacted to. The loss taught you something about the relationship between timing and understanding, about how the same words can mean completely different things depending on when you encounter them and what emotional resources you bring to the encounter. But it also taught you something about the finality of disposal, about how throwing something away is a decision you make for all future versions of yourself, not just for the version who happens to be making the decision in the moment. A photo that faded. It was the perfect capture of a perfect moment. Everyone looking their best, smiling genuinely, arranged in ways that would have taken a professional photographer hours to orchestrate, but that had happened naturally because you were all genuinely happy to be together. The lighting was flattering, the composition was balanced, the expressions were unguarded and real. But more than just a good picture, it was evidence of a particular configuration of relationships and circumstances that had existed only briefly, but that had felt, while it lasted, like it might continue forever. It captured not just how people looked, but how they felt about each other. Not just a moment in time, but a quality of connection that had made that moment special. You treasured it for years, keeping it in a prominent place where you could see it regularly, where visitors could see the evidence of your happy relationships and successful gatherings. It served as a reminder of good times when you were going through difficult periods, as proof that joy and connection were possible when you were feeling isolated or discouraged. But photographs are fragile things, subject to fading and damage in ways that make their deterioration almost inevitable over time. Sunlight bleached the colours, humidity warped the edges, age yellowed the background and blurred the details that had once been sharp and clear. The faces became harder to recognise, the expressions harder to read, the moment harder to remember as it had actually been, rather than as the damaged photo suggested it might have been. You could have made copies when the original was still clear, could have digitized it or reprinted it, or taken steps to preserve it before deterioration made preservation pointless. But you didn't think of the photo as temporary, didn't imagine that something so important to you could simply fade away through the normal passage of time and the ordinary effects of exposure to light and air. By the time you noticed the damage, it was too late to restore what had been lost. The photo existed now only as a reminder of its former self, a shadow of the moment it had once preserved so perfectly. The fading felt like a form of forgetting, as if time was gradually erasing not just the image but the memory it represented, making the past less real, less accessible, less able to comfort you with evidence of former happiness. A book you lent but never got back. It was one of your favourites, marked with marginalia that recorded your thoughts and reactions during multiple readings, dog-eared at passages that had moved you or taught you something important. You knew it intimately, could quote from it, could find specific sections that addressed questions you were thinking about or emotions you were processing. When you lent it to someone, you did so generously, eagerly, wanting to share something that had enriched your life with another person who you thought might appreciate it equally. You imagined them reading your notes, understanding why certain passages had spoken to you, perhaps adding their own thoughts to the margins in a collaborative conversation across time and perspective. You trusted them to take care of it, to return it when they were finished, to treat it with the respect due to something that belonged to someone else, but also to something that had an inherent value as a vessel for important ideas. You looked forward to discussing it with them after they had read it, to comparing interpretations, to sharing the particular pleasure that comes from loving the same book. But books, once lent, often disappear into other people's lives, absorbed into their collections or passed along to other borrowers, or simply forgotten in the general chaos of modern living. Your friend may have intended to return it, may have set it aside specifically for that purpose, but intention and execution are different things, and the book gradually became part of their environment rather than something they actively remembered owing to you. Asking for it back felt petty, especially as time passed and the loan transformed from a temporary arrangement into an apparently permanent transfer. You didn't want to seem possessive of a material object, didn't want to value things over friendship, didn't want to make someone feel guilty about what was probably just an oversight. But losing the book meant losing more than just access to its contents. You could buy another copy after all, could read the same words in a different physical form. You lost the specific relationship you had developed with that particular object, the accumulated history of your interactions with its pages, the comfort of having it available when you needed to consult it or share it, or simply hold something that had been important to your intellectual development, a toy you gave away. It had been your companion through childhood, the recipient of confidences and imaginary adventures, the witness to your developing capacity for love and care and responsibility. Whether it was a stuffed animal or a doll or some other object that had captured your imagination, it had served as more than just entertainment. It had been a bridge between your inner world and outer world, a safe recipient for emotions and ideas that felt too big or too complicated for human relationships. You had talked to it, slept with it, carried it with you to places where you needed extra comfort or courage. It had participated in elaborate games that helped you process experiences you didn't yet have words for, had provided unconditional acceptance during periods when human relationships felt difficult or uncertain. But toys belong to childhood, and childhood eventually ends whether we're ready or not. As you grew older, the toy that had once felt essential to your daily life began to seem embarrassing, childish, out of place in your evolving sense of who you were becoming. You packed it away, brought it out less frequently, eventually forgot about it entirely as other concerns claimed your attention. When it came time to clear out your childhood belongings, whether because you were moving, or your family was downsizing, or you were simply trying to live with fewer possessions, the toy presented a dilemma. It had no practical value, no monetary worth, no obvious place in your adult life. But it also represented years of emotional connection, comfort during difficult times, evidence of your capacity for imagination and care. You decided to give it away, to donate it to charity or pass it along to a younger child who could appreciate it in ways you no longer could. The decision felt mature, generous, appropriate to your current stage of life. You told yourself you were giving it the opportunity to bring joy to someone else rather than sitting forgotten in storage. But giving it away meant severing your last physical connection to a particular period of your emotional development, acknowledging that you had outgrown not just the toy, but the version of yourself who had needed it. The loss was necessary, probably healthy, but it was still a loss of innocence, of simplicity, of the time when your deepest relationships could be with objects that loved you back through the force of your own imagination. A necklace that broke. It wasn't expensive, probably wasn't even particularly well made, but it had been given to you by someone who mattered at a moment when the gesture had felt significant. You wore it constantly, not because it was your most beautiful piece of jewellery, but because it carried meaning that had nothing to do with its monetary value, and everything to do with the relationships and memories it represented. Over time, it became part of your personal style, part of how you thought about yourself and how others recognised you. You reached for it automatically when getting dressed, felt incomplete on the rare occasions when you forgot to put it on, noticed its presence against your skin as a comforting reminder of connection and continuity. But jewellery is fragile, subject to the stresses of daily wear and the inevitable failures of small mechanical systems. A clasp breaks, a chain snaps, a setting loosens, and suddenly, something that seemed permanent reveals itself to be as temporary as everything else. The break might happen at the worst possible moment, when you're travelling or stressed, or in circumstances where careful attention to small problems is impossible. You promised yourself you would get it repaired, collected the pieces carefully, researched jewellers who might be able to restore it to its original condition. But jewellery repair is often more expensive than the original piece was worth, and sometimes the damage is too extensive to fix, and sometimes life simply gets in the way of following through on intentions to preserve objects that have primarily sentimental value. The broken necklace joined the category of things you meant to deal with someday, stored in a safe place where you would remember to address it when you had time and money and mental space for non-essential projects. But someday has a way of never arriving, and eventually the pieces became just another collection of objects waiting for attention that never came. Losing the necklace meant losing a daily ritual of connection, a physical reminder of your place in a network of relationships, a small but constant comfort that had helped you navigate the world with confidence that you were cared for and valued by others, a souvenir from someone you no longer speak to. You bought it together, or they bought it for you, during a trip that had felt important at the time, evidence of your friendship, your shared sense of adventure, your mutual appreciation for experiences that took you outside your ordinary routines and familiar environments. The souvenir was meant to preserve the memory of that shared experience, to serve as a tangible reminder of a particular moment when your relationship had felt strong and lasting. For years, it occupied a place of honour in your home, a conversation starter that allowed you to share stories about the trip, about the person you had taken it with, about the version of yourself who had been capable of that kind of spontaneous adventure. It anchored memories that might otherwise have faded, kept alive details about places you had been and things you had seen and felt. But relationships change, sometimes dramatically, sometimes gradually, sometimes in ways that make continued connection impossible or undesirable. The person who had shared that important trip with you became someone you no longer spoke to, for reasons that had nothing to do with the trip itself, but everything to do with who you both became afterward. The souvenir, once a pleasant reminder of good times and valued friendship, became a complicated presence in your space. It carried the same memories it had always carried, but those memories now felt bittersweet, loaded with knowledge about how the relationship had ended, shadowed by awareness of all the ways things had changed since the moment the souvenir was acquired. You could have kept it anyway, could have separated the object from the relationship, could have valued it for its connection to the place and experience rather than for its connection to the person. But objects are stubborn carriers of emotional associations, and sometimes the healthiest choice is to let go of things that prevent you from moving forward, even when those things are technically valuable as memories. Getting rid of the souvenir felt like a necessary form of closure, a way of acknowledging that some relationships belong to the past, and that carrying physical reminders of them into the future serves no constructive purpose. But it also felt like losing access to a part of your own history, erasing evidence of experiences that had shaped you, even if the person who shared them was no longer part of your life. A password to a life you left behind. It was just a string of characters, a combination of letters and numbers that had unlocked access to accounts and profiles and digital spaces that had once been central to your daily routine. But that password had also been the key to a particular version of your digital self, the person you had been when those accounts represented your primary methods for connecting with the world. You had used it to access email accounts where important conversations had taken place, social media profiles where you had shared thoughts and photos and updates about your life, subscription services that had shaped your entertainment and information consumption, online communities where you had found people who shared your interests and perspectives. The password had been chosen carefully, incorporating references that mattered to you at the time, names of pets, important dates, inside jokes, combinations that would be meaningful enough for you to remember but obscure enough to provide security. It represented a particular moment in your understanding of digital privacy and personal significance. But then you changed your life in ways that made those accounts irrelevant or inappropriate. Maybe you got married and wanted to start fresh with a new name and new email address. Maybe you changed careers and needed to separate your professional identity from your personal one. Maybe you simply decided that the person you were becoming deserved different digital spaces than the person you had been. You created new accounts with new passwords, established different usernames and profiles and methods for organizing your online presence. The old accounts were abandoned, not deleted, but simply left behind, still existing in the vast databases of internet companies, but no longer accessed, no longer updated, no longer reflecting your current self. Eventually you forgot the password that had once been as automatic as your own name, as familiar as your address, as essential as your social security number. Without it, you lost access not just to the accounts themselves but to the archives they contained. Old emails that might have provided valuable context for current relationships, photos that documented experiences you might want to remember, conversations that had captured your thinking during particular periods of growth and change. The password had been the key to a version of yourself that existed only in digital form, and losing it meant losing the ability to revisit that self, to remember who you had been when those accounts reflected your primary methods for engaging with the world. It was a peculiarly modern form of a loss, the disappearance of digital identity through the simple forgetting of the codes that had once made it accessible. These lost objects, gifts we can't find, clothes that no longer fit, journals we misplaced, letters we discarded too quickly, photos that faded, books we lent and never saw again, toys we outgrew, jewellery that broke, souvenirs from ended relationships, passwords to abandoned accounts, represent more than just the material possessions we've accumulated and lost over the course of our lives. They are the physical anchors of memory and identity, the tangible evidence of who we were at particular moments, the bridges between our interior experience and the external world. Losing them means losing a particular kind of relationship with our own past, a specific form of continuity that objects provide in ways that memory alone cannot. But perhaps the loss of objects also teaches us something important about the nature of identity itself. If we can remain ourselves even when we lose the things that seemed essential to our sense of self, if we can grow and change and become new people even when the evidence of our former selves disappears, then maybe identity is more resilient and more portable than we imagined. Maybe the secret is not to hold on to objects more tightly, but to appreciate them more fully while we have them, to understand that their value lies not in their permanence, but in their temporary ability to anchor meaning, to provide comfort, to serve as bridges between who we were and who we're becoming. The things we lose become part of the story of who we are, not despite their absence, but because of it. They teach us about impermanence, about the futility of trying to preserve the past through possessions, about the surprising resilience of identity, even when its material supports disappear. They remind us that we are more than the sum of our possessions, more durable than the objects we surround ourselves with, more capable of carrying meaning within ourselves than we realize when we're trying to preserve it in external forms. The architecture of daily life is built from repetition, and when that repetition ends, we discover how much of our identity was scaffolded by the simple act of doing the same things in the same order at the same time, day after day after day. Routines feel ordinary while we're living within them, so familiar that we barely notice their presence, so automatic that they seem like natural laws rather than constructed patterns. We wake at the same time, follow the same sequence of activities, travel the same routes, interact with the same people, return to the same spaces, go to sleep at roughly the same hour. These rhythms become the invisible framework that gives shape to our days, the reliable structure that allows us to navigate the chaos of existence without having to make every decision from scratch. But routines are more fragile than they appear. They depend on circumstances remaining stable, on other people maintaining their patterns, on institutions and systems continuing to function in predictable ways. When any element changes, a job ends, a relationship shifts, a pandemic disrupts normal social functioning, a family member's needs change, the entire structure can collapse, leaving us suddenly adrift in time that no longer has its familiar organisation. The loss of routine is often invisible to others because it's not dramatic in the way that other losses are dramatic. No one dies, nothing breaks, no crisis demands immediate attention. But the absence of familiar rhythms can be profoundly disorienting, can make us feel like strangers in our own lives, can force us to confront how much of our sense of self was actually a sense of schedule, how much of our identity was really just the accumulation of habits performed in sequence. We mourn lost routines differently than we mourn other losses because they existed in time rather than space, because their absence is felt as emptiness rather than presence, because what we miss is not something we had but something we did, not something we possessed but something we participated in. The walk to school. Every morning for years you followed the same route from your house to the building where you spent your days learning to read and write and navigate the complex social dynamics of childhood. The path became so familiar that you could walk it without thinking, your feet finding their way automatically while your mind wandered to whatever was preoccupying you. Upcoming tests, friendship drama, family changes, the elaborate fantasy worlds you constructed to make ordinary experiences more interesting. You knew every landmark along the way, the house with the dog that barked from behind the fence, the corner store where you sometimes stopped to buy candy with lunch money, the crossing guard who learned your name and asked about your family, the shortcut through the park that saved 3 minutes but was forbidden during winter because of ice. The route held all your moods and seasons, witnessed your growth from someone who needed to be walked to school to someone who could navigate the journey independently. The walk was more than just transportation. It was transition time, the daily ritual that moved you from the private world of family into the public world of education and peer relationships. It was when you practiced conversations you were nervous about having, when you processed events from the previous day, when you mentally prepared for whatever challenges or pleasures awaited you in the classroom. Some mornings you walked with friends, developing the kind of easy intimacy that comes from sharing routine experiences, learning each other's patterns and preferences, creating inside jokes based on things you noticed together along the familiar route. Other mornings you walked alone, enjoying the solitude, the opportunity to think without interruption, the simple pleasure of moving your body through space while your mind moved through whatever problems or possibilities were occupying your attention. But school walks end, eventually and inevitably. You graduate, or your family moves, or the school closes, or you reach an age when walking to school seems childish compared to the independence offered by bikes or cars or public transportation. The route that had organised your mornings for years becomes just another street, remarkable only for its former significance, meaningful only in memory. Years later, if you happen to pass through that neighbourhood, you might retrace the old route and be surprised by how different it looks, how much smaller the distances seem, how many details you had forgotten or never noticed. The walk that had felt like such an important part of your daily life reveals itself to have been temporary, a phase you passed through on your way to forms of independence that didn't require the same kind of structured routine. Your old morning routine, you had it perfected through years of trial and error, the exact sequence of activities that could get you from unconsciousness to ready for the world in the minimum amount of time while still leaving you feeling prepared for whatever the day might bring. Every movement was choreographed, every minute accounted for, every decision eliminated through advanced planning and automatic repetition. Maybe you woke at the same time every day, shower first or coffee first, checked your phone or avoided technology until you were fully awake, ate the same breakfast while reading the news or listening to music, or sitting in silence. You knew exactly how long each activity took, had contingency plans for when something took longer than expected, had optimized the entire process to balance efficiency with the psychological comfort of familiar ritual. The routine wasn't just practical, it was also spiritual, a form of daily meditation that grounded you in your identity and your intentions for the day ahead. The repetition was soothing, the predictability was reassuring, the sense of control was empowering in a world that often felt chaotic and unpredictable. Starting the day the same way created continuity across time, made each morning feel connected to all the mornings that had come before it. But morning routines are vulnerable to life changes in ways that make them particularly fragile. A new job with different hours, a relationship that requires accommodation of another person's schedule, a move to a different living situation, health issues that change your energy levels or physical capabilities. Any of these can disrupt the careful timing and familiar sequence that had made your mornings feel manageable. When circumstances force you to develop a new routine, you realize how much of your sense of readiness and capability had been psychological rather than practical, how much the familiar sequence of activities had contributed to your confidence that you could handle whatever challenges the day presented. The new routine might be objectively better, more efficient, more healthy, more suited to your current circumstances, but it lacks the accumulated associations and muscle memory that had made the old routine feel natural and effortless. You find yourself missing not just the specific activities, but the feeling of moving through them without having to think, the comfort of knowing exactly what came next, the sense that you had figured out at least this one aspect of life and could perform it automatically while your conscious attention focused on other concerns. The playlist you used to wake up to. For months or years, those songs were the soundtrack to your transition from sleep to consciousness, the audio bridge between dreams and daily life. You had chosen them carefully, arranged them in an order that would ease you gradually into wakefulness, selected tempos and moods that would energize you without being jarring, picked lyrics that would set a positive tone for whatever the day ahead might contain. The playlist became part of your identity, the musical representation of how you wanted to feel in the morning, the curated collection of songs that expressed your aspirations for who you could be when you were fully awake and ready to engage with the world. You knew every song by heart, could anticipate each transition, could gauge how much time you had left before you needed to get out of bed based on which track was playing. But musical tastes change, life circumstances shift, and the songs that once felt perfect for morning motivation began to feel outdated, inappropriate, or simply worn out through repetition. Maybe your schedule changed and you needed different kinds of music for different waking times. Maybe you went through experiences that changed your relationship to certain songs, making them feel too emotional or too trivial for the important work of starting your day. You replaced the old playlist with new music, songs that better reflected your current taste and circumstances and goals. But the new playlist, no matter how carefully curated, lacked the deep associations that had made the old one feel perfect. The original songs had been with you through particular periods of growth and challenge, had witnessed your daily struggles to become the person you wanted to be, had provided consistency during times when everything else felt uncertain. Hearing any of those songs now, outside the context of morning routine, can instantly transport you back to the person you were when you woke up to them every day. Your hopes and concerns from that period, the version of your bedroom where you listened to them, the quality of light that came through your windows during the season when they provided your daily soundtrack, family dinners. There was a period when you gathered around the same table at roughly the same time most evenings, sharing food and conversation, and the particular kind of intimacy that comes from regular proximity and mutual nourishment. Whether it was formal sit-down meals with multiple courses and lengthy discussions, or casual affairs where people grabbed plates and found seats wherever they could, the routine created a daily opportunity for connection that might not have happened otherwise. The dinners were more than just eating. They were information exchange, conflict resolution, celebration planning, homework supervision, social skills development, and the countless other forms of family business that get conducted when people who care about each other gather regularly in the same space. You learn to navigate group conversations, to share attention, to to negotiate competing needs and preferences, to contribute to collective decision-making. Family dinner routines also created their own culture, inside jokes based on repeated conversations, traditional foods that marked special occasions, seating arrangements that reflected family dynamics, rules about behaviour and conversation topics that helped manage the complexity of multiple personalities sharing limited space and time. The predictability was comforting, especially during periods when other aspects of life felt uncertain or challenging. But family dinner routines depend on everyone being available at the same time, and as children grow older and develop their own schedules and social obligations, coordinating family meals becomes increasingly difficult. Work schedules change, extracurricular activities multiply, social lives become more demanding, and the window for shared family time gradually shrinks until the old routine becomes impossible to maintain. The end of regular family dinners often happens gradually, without anyone deciding that the tradition should end. Meals become more sporadic, attendance becomes more optional, and eventually the family stops trying to coordinate schedules around shared dining time. What had once felt essential to family functioning reveals itself to have been contingent on circumstances that no longer exist. Years later, when family members gather for holidays or special occasions, the old dinner routine might be briefly resurrected, but it feels different, more effortful, less natural, loaded with nostalgia for the time when it was simply the way the family operated rather than a special event that requires planning and coordination. Reading before bed. For years, the last conscious act of every day was opening a book and reading until your eyes grew heavy and sleep began to claim your attention. It was how you transitioned from the active engagement required by daily life to the passive receptivity required by rest, how you shifted your brain from problem-solving mode to the more associative, dreamlike state that prepared you for sleep. The bedtime reading routine served multiple functions simultaneously. It was entertainment that made the transition to sleep pleasurable, rather than just necessary. It was education that allowed you to learn something new every day, to make progress through books that would have been impossible to finish if you had tried to read them only during busy daytime hours. It was also a form of meditation, a way of replacing the day's concerns with other people's stories and ideas, of creating distance between your immediate circumstances and the fictional or philosophical worlds that existed between book covers. You developed preferences about what kinds of books worked best for bedtime reading, novels that were engaging enough to hold your attention, but not so exciting that they would keep you awake, non-fiction that was interesting but not too mentally demanding, poetry that could provide moments of beauty without requiring sustained concentration. You learned to gauge your energy level and choose reading material accordingly, to balance your desire to make progress through challenging books with your need to wind down gradually. But reading routines are vulnerable to changes in living situations, relationship status, work schedules, and the countless other factors that can disrupt the quiet time that serious reading requires. Maybe you moved in with someone whose sleep schedule was different from yours. Maybe you took a job that left you too exhausted to concentrate on anything more demanding than television. Maybe you had children and lost the luxury of uninterrupted time for personal activities. The loss of bedtime reading feels different from other routine changes because it represents the loss of a particular kind of relationship with ideas and stories, a daily practice of intellectual and imaginative engagement that enriched your interior life in ways that no other activity could replace. Without it, bedtime becomes merely practical rather than also being a source of learning and pleasure and the particular satisfaction that comes from ending each day with something beautiful or thought-provoking. A weekend ritual with someone, every Saturday morning or Sunday afternoon or some other regularly scheduled time that belonged to both of you. You would meet for coffee or take a walk or engage in some other shared activity that provided regular opportunity for connection and conversation. The ritual might have started casually, but over time it became something you both counted on, planned around, protected from the intrusions of other obligations. These weekend rituals often developed their own culture and internal logic. You established preferred locations, traditional topics of conversation, shared observations about the changing seasons or the evolution of the neighbourhood or the progress of long-term projects you were both working on. The regularity allowed for the kind of in-depth discussion, that requires trust and continuity, the gradual revelation of thoughts and feelings that might not emerge during brief casual encounters. The ritual provided structure for friendship or family relationships that might otherwise have struggled to find regular expression amid the busyness of modern life. It ensured that important people remained actively present in your life rather than just theoretically important, created space for the kind of attention and care that relationships require to remain vital and meaningful. But weekend rituals are particularly vulnerable to life changes because they depend on both people having the same free time, the same interest in maintaining the tradition, the same ability to prioritize relationship maintenance over the many other activities that compete for weekend attention. When someone moves, or gets married, or has children, or develops new interests, or simply becomes too busy to maintain regular social commitments, the ritual often ends without formal discussion or conscious decision. The loss of these shared routines means losing more than just the activities themselves. It means losing a particular form of intimacy, a regular opportunity for the kind of sustained attention that allows relationships to deepen over time. The friendship or family connection may continue in other forms, but something irreplaceable is lost when the predictable rhythm of shared time ends. A job you hated but secretly miss. For years you complained about it constantly. The boring tasks, the difficult colleagues, the inadequate compensation, the lack of opportunities for growth or creativity. You felt trapped by financial necessity, frustrated by the gap between the work you were doing and the work you wanted to be doing, eager to escape to something more fulfilling and better suited to your talents and interests. But the job also provided structure that you didn't fully appreciate until it was gone. It gave you a reason to get up at a specific time every morning, a place to go where your presence was expected and your contributions were needed, a set of responsibilities that provided clear criteria for success and failure. However much you disliked the work itself, the routine of doing it had become part of your identity, part of how you organised your time and energy and sense of purpose. The job also provided social connection, even if the relationships were primarily professional rather than personal. You knew your colleagues' habits and preferences, participated in their celebrations and commiserations, developed the kind of easy familiarity that comes from spending large amounts of time in the same space with the same people. The workplace had its own culture, its own rhythms, its own forms of meaning that had nothing to do with the official purpose of the organisation. When you finally left for something better, you expected to feel only relief and excitement about the new opportunities ahead. But you also found yourself missing aspects of the old job that you hadn't anticipated valuing. The simplicity of knowing exactly what was expected of you, the comfort of familiar routines, the relationships with people who had shared your daily experience for years. The new job might be objectively better in every way you had hoped for. More interesting work, better compensation, greater opportunities for advancement, more compatible colleagues. But it lacked the accumulated associations and established rhythms that had made the old job feel, despite its flaws, like a known quantity in a world full of uncertainties, the way you used to speak. Language changes constantly, subtly, often without conscious awareness on the part of the speaker. The vocabulary you use, the accent you speak with, the expressions that feel natural, the grammatical patterns that organise your thoughts, all of these evolve in response to the people you spend time with, the places you live, the experiences you have, the person you're becoming or trying to become. For a period of your life, you spoke in a particular way that reflected where you came from, who you spent time with, what communities you belonged to or wanted to belong to. Maybe it was the regional dialect of your hometown, or the professional jargon of your industry, or the slang of your social group, or the formal register you adopted when you wanted to be taken seriously in academic or professional contexts. That way of speaking was part of your identity, part of how you signaled to others who you were and where you belonged, part of how you understood yourself and your place in various social hierarchies. It felt natural, automatic, authentic, the obvious way to express the thoughts and feelings and intentions that mattered to you. But as circumstances changed, as you moved to new places, entered different social or professional circles, developed new relationships with people who spoke differently, your speech patterns gradually shifted to accommodate new linguistic environments, not through conscious effort necessarily, but through the natural process of adaptation that allows humans to function effectively in diverse social contexts. The change might have been beneficial, might have opened doors that your previous way of speaking would have kept closed, might have allowed you to communicate more effectively with people you wanted to connect with. But something was also lost in the translation. A particular form of authenticity, a connection to your origins, a way of being in the world that had felt completely natural before you learned that there were other ways to express the same ideas. Sometimes you might catch yourself speaking in the old way, when you're tired or emotional or talking to family members who knew you before your speech patterns changed. These moments can feel like brief returns to a former self, glimpses of the person you used to be before adaptation and ambition, and exposure to different ways of living reshaped how you presented yourself to the world. The sound of your old alarm clock. For years, the same sequence of electronic beeps or radio static or musical tones dragged you from unconsciousness into the responsibilities of daily life. The sound was jarring by design, impossible to ignore, calibrated to penetrate whatever dreams or deep sleep you might be enjoying, and force you into immediate wakefulness whether you felt ready or not. You probably hated it every morning, reached for the snooze button reflexively, fantasized about throwing the clock across the room on particularly difficult days when consciousness felt like more burden than gift. The alarm represented everything you resented about adult life, the external demands that overrode your natural rhythms, the obligation to be productive according to schedules that had nothing to do with your internal clock, the daily surrender of personal preference to practical necessity. But the alarm also provided security in its reliability, comfort in its predictability, confidence that you would not oversleep and miss important obligations, even when your own capacity for self-regulation was compromised by stress or illness or simple exhaustion. It was the mechanical conscience that ensured you would show up for work, attend important appointments, maintain the basic schedules that kept your life functional. When circumstances changed, a new job with different hours, a move to a place with better natural light, a relationship that changed your sleep patterns, or simply the decision to try a different approach to waking up, you replaced the old alarm with something else, maybe a gentler sound, maybe a gradually increasing light, maybe the alarm on your phone that offered more options for customization. But the new wake-up method, however superior it might be in design and effectiveness, lacked the deep associations that had made the old alarm clock sound like the official beginning of each day. That particular sequence of sounds had been the soundtrack to thousands of mornings, the audio bridge between sleep and consciousness that had marked the start of work days and school days, and all the ordinary days that had accumulated into years of routine. Hearing that sound now, unexpectedly, in a movie, or a hotel room, or someone else's house, can instantly transport you back to the person you were when it was part of your daily routine, can evoke not just the memory of morning reluctance, but the entire context of the life you were living when that alarm was responsible for organizing your relationship with time. The way your name sounded in someone else's mouth. Everyone says your name differently. Some emphasize different syllables. Some pronounce certain letters in ways that reflect their regional accent or linguistic background. Some invest it with emotional inflections that reveal their relationship to you and their mood at the moment of speaking. Most of these variations fade into background noise, part of the general complexity of human communication that you process without conscious attention. But sometimes someone says your name in a way that makes it sound like music, like something precious rather than just utilitarian, like a word chosen for its beauty rather than simply for its function as a label. Maybe it's the way they pause slightly before saying it, as if they're savouring the sound, or the particular warmth they invest in the vowels, or simply the fact that they seem genuinely pleased to have an occasion to address you directly. The way they said your name became part of how you understood your relationship with them, part of what made interactions with them feel special and valued, and different from interactions with other people. It was evidence that you mattered to them, that your identity was something they held carefully rather than casually, that the simple fact of your existence brought them pleasure. But voices, like everything else, are temporary. The person who said your name in that particular way might have moved away, or died, or simply changed in ways that altered their vocal patterns and emotional inflections. Or your relationship with them might have changed in ways that made them say your name differently, with distance rather than warmth, with formality rather than intimacy, with irritation rather than affection. Losing the way someone said your name means losing a particular form of recognition, a specific quality of attention that made you feel seen and valued in ways that generic social interactions couldn't provide. Your name continues to exist, continues to be spoken by other people in other ways, but that particular musical version of it, the one that made it sound like a gift rather than just information, exists now only in memory, irretrievable and irreplaceable. These lost routines and rhythms, the walk to school, morning rituals, playlists, family dinners, bedtime reading, weekend traditions, job structures, speech patterns, alarm sounds, and the particular way someone said your name represent more than just the activities that once organized our days. They are the temporal architecture of identity, the repetitive patterns that give shape to consciousness, the reliable structures that allow us to feel at home in time as well as space. When these routines end, we lose more than just the activities themselves. We lose a particular way of being in time, a specific rhythm of existence that had become part of how we understood ourselves and our place in the world. We lose the comfort of predictability, the efficiency of automation, the sense of belonging that comes from participating in patterns larger than individual choice. But perhaps the loss of routines also teaches us something important about the flexibility of human consciousness, about our capacity to adapt to new patterns and find meaning in different rhythms. If we can remain ourselves even when the structures that seemed essential to our daily life disappear, if we can develop new routines that serve our changing circumstances and evolving identity, then maybe we are more resilient and more creative than we realize when we're deeply embedded in familiar patterns. The routines we lose become part of the archaeology of the self, evidence of who we were when those patterns felt natural and necessary, reminders of the phases we passed through on our way to becoming whoever we're becoming next. They teach us that identity is both stable and fluid, that we can count on certain aspects of ourselves to remain constant, even when the external structures that support our daily life undergo complete transformation. Maybe the secret is not to cling to routines that no longer serve us, but to appreciate them fully while they feel natural and necessary, to understand that their value lies not in their permanence, but in their temporary ability to provide structure, meaning, and continuity during whatever phase of life they accompany. And maybe the goal is to remain open to new rhythms as they emerge, to trust that we can find our way into patterns that suit who we're becoming, even when those patterns are completely different from the ones that suited who we used to be. The most devastating losses are the ones that happen inside your own mind, not the external disasters that everyone can see and offer sympathy for, but the slow collapse of the ideas you once held with absolute certainty, the gradual erosion of the beliefs that had provided structure and meaning and direction for your life. These losses are invisible to others because they don't leave physical evidence, don't create empty spaces that can be pointed to and acknowledged, don't generate the kind of dramatic before and after contrast that makes grief socially recognizable. But losing a belief you once held deeply is like losing a fundamental organ of perception. The world doesn't just look different, it becomes different, because the framework through which you interpreted reality has shifted in ways that make your previous understanding seem not just wrong, but incomprehensibly naive. You can't simply return to your former way of seeing because you now possess knowledge that makes innocence impossible, experience that makes simplicity obsolete. Beliefs are not just ideas we hold in our minds. They are the invisible architecture of experience itself, the assumptions that shape what we notice and ignore, what we hope for and fear, what we consider possible and impossible. When fundamental beliefs change, everything changes, including our understanding of our own past, our expectations for the future, and our sense of who we are in the present moment. Some beliefs die suddenly, shattered by experiences that contradict them so completely that denial becomes impossible. Others fade gradually, weakened by accumulated evidence that doesn't quite fit. undermined by questions that multiply faster than answers, eroded by the simple passage of time and the expansion of perspective that comes with exposure to different ways of understanding the world. The grief for lost beliefs is complicated by the fact that their loss often represents not just ending, but beginning. Not just the collapse of old certainties, but the emergence of new understanding that may be more accurate, more nuanced, more useful for navigating the complexity of adult life. But knowing that a belief change represents growth doesn't eliminate the sadness of losing the simplicity and security that the old belief had provided. They'll never leave. You believed this about someone who mattered enormously to you, a parent, a partner, a best friend, someone whose presence in your life felt as permanent and reliable as gravity. The belief wasn't just hope or wishful thinking, it was based on evidence, on their consistent demonstration of loyalty and commitment, on explicit promises they had made about always being there when you needed them. The belief shaped how you approached the relationship, how much of yourself you invested in it, how vulnerable you allowed yourself to be. You shared secrets you would never have revealed if you thought they might someday become weapons in the hands of someone who no longer cared about protecting you. You made plans that assumed their continued presence, built dreams that required their ongoing participation, developed aspects of your identity that depended on their witness and support. The belief also shaped how you understood yourself and your worth as a person. If someone that important had chosen to commit to you permanently, it suggested that you were lovable, valuable, deserving of the kind of deep connection that most people spend their entire lives seeking. Their steadfast presence served as daily confirmation that you mattered, that you were worth staying for, that love could be counted on to last. But people leave, sometimes suddenly and sometimes gradually, sometimes by choice and sometimes by circumstance, sometimes because they stop caring, and sometimes because caring isn't enough to overcome the forces that pull lives in different directions. When the person you believed would never leave actually does leave, the loss is compounded by the destruction of your faith in your own judgment, your ability to assess relationships accurately, your worthiness of the kind of loyalty you'd taken for granted. The belief that they would never leave doesn't just die, it gets replaced by its opposite, by the understanding that everyone might leave, that promises of permanence are either naive or deceptive, that the only person you can truly count on to stay in your life is yourself. This new belief may be more realistic, but it's also more lonely, more burdensome, more restrictive in terms of how much you're willing to risk in future relationships. This will last forever. Whether it was a job you loved, a living situation that felt perfect, a period of happiness that seemed sustainable, or simply a phase of life when everything was working exactly as you had hoped it would, you believed that the good things you were experiencing had a quality of permanence that would protect them from the changes that affected other aspects of existence. The belief wasn't entirely irrational. Some things do last for very long periods of time, and the human capacity for pattern recognition naturally leads us to assume that stable situations will remain stable, that positive trends will continue, that the factors creating our current satisfaction will persist indefinitely. The belief helped you relax into enjoying what you had rather than constantly worrying about losing it. But forever is a concept that consciousness can imagine, but reality cannot deliver. The job ended due to economic forces beyond your control. The living situation changed when leases expired or circumstances shifted. The period of happiness concluded when new challenges arose, or when you simply grew into someone with different needs and preferences. What had felt permanent revealed itself to have been temporary all along. The loss of the belief in permanence changes how you approach good fortune when it arrives again. You become more grateful, but also more anxious, more appreciative of present pleasure, but also more aware of its fragility. You learn to enjoy things fully while they last, but you also learn to hold them lightly, to invest in them without depending on them, to appreciate them without assuming they will always be available. I know who I am. For a period of your life, your identity felt clear and stable, like a puzzle that had been completed, a question that had been definitively answered. You understood your values, your preferences, your capabilities, your role in the world. You could predict how you would respond to various situations, what kinds of choices you would make, what types of people and experiences would appeal to you, and which ones would not. This self-knowledge felt like one of your most valuable possessions, the foundation upon which all other decisions could be built. It allowed you to move through the world with confidence, to make commitments you trusted yourself to keep, to present yourself to others authentically because you knew who you were presenting. The clarity felt like wisdom, like the natural result of sufficient introspection and life experience. But identity is more fluid than it appears, more responsive to circumstance than we like to admit, more capable of surprise than we imagine when we think we have ourselves figured out. You found yourself responding to situations in ways that contradicted your self-concept, making choices that seemed foreign to your established character, developing interests and preferences that didn't fit the identity you thought you had solidified. The realization that you didn't know yourself as well as you thought was disorienting in ways that were difficult to communicate to others. It called into question not just your current self-understanding, but your capacity for self-understanding in general. If you could be so wrong about who you were, how could you trust any assessment you made about your own character, motivations, or likely future development? The loss of certainty about identity is particularly challenging because it affects your ability to make decisions confidently, to form relationships authentically, to set goals realistically. If you don't know who you are, how can you know what you want, what you're capable of, what kinds of commitments you should make to yourself and others? I can fix it. You believed in your ability to solve problems through effort and intelligence and persistence, to repair relationships through better communication, to overcome obstacles through creative thinking and hard work. This belief gave you enormous confidence in approaching challenges, enormous hope when facing difficulties, enormous motivation to keep trying when initial efforts failed to produce desired results. The belief was supported by past successes, times when you had indeed managed to fix things that others had written off as hopeless, relationships you had managed to repair through patience and understanding, problems you had solved through approaches that hadn't occurred to anyone else. Each success reinforced your faith in your own efficacy, your ability to make things better through applied effort. But some things cannot be fixed, no matter how much energy and intelligence and good intention you bring to bear on them. Some relationships are broken in ways that cannot be repaired through better communication. Some problems are structural rather than personal, systemic rather than individual, beyond the scope of what any single person can address through effort alone. Learning that you cannot fix everything is one of the most humbling experiences of adult life. It forces you to confront the limits of individual agency, to accept that some forms of suffering cannot be eliminated through intervention, to recognize that sometimes the most loving thing you can do is to stop trying to solve problems that aren't yours to solve. The belief in your ability to fix things doesn't die easily, because giving it up feels like giving up hope, like accepting defeat, like abandoning people and situations that might benefit from your continued efforts. But learning to distinguish between problems you can solve and problems you cannot solve is essential for maintaining both effectiveness and sanity in a world full of brokenness that exceeds any individual's capacity for repair. I'm not good enough. This belief shaped everything: how you approached opportunities, how you interpreted other people's responses to you, how much you were willing to risk, how much you thought you deserved. It felt not like an opinion, but like a fact. Not like a temporary assessment, but like a permanent feature of reality. Not like something that could be changed, but like something that had to be accepted and worked around. The belief was supported by selective attention to evidence that confirmed it, while discounting evidence that contradicted it. When you succeeded at something, it was because you got lucky, or because the standards weren't very high. When you failed at something, it was because you weren't good enough, because you had revealed your true inadequacy, because you had attempted something beyond your capabilities. The belief protected you from disappointment by lowering your expectations, from rejection by preventing you from taking risks, from criticism by encouraging you to criticize yourself more harshly than anyone else could. But it also prevented you from pursuing opportunities that might have led to genuine satisfaction, from forming relationships that might have provided real fulfillment, from developing capabilities that might have surprised you with their potential. Gradually, through accumulation of experiences that contradicted the belief, through exposure to different perspectives on human worth, through relationships with people who saw value in you that you couldn't see in yourself, the belief began to weaken. Not all at once and not without resistance, but slowly, incrementally, through the kind of evidence that is impossible to ignore indefinitely. The loss of the belief that you weren't good enough was liberating, but also terrifying. It opened up possibilities that had been foreclosed by low expectations, but it also removed the psychological protections that the belief had provided. If you were actually capable of more than you had thought, it meant you were responsible for more than you had thought, accountable for opportunities you had missed, choices you had avoided, risks you had been too scared to take. They meant it. You believed that when people said they loved you, they meant it completely and permanently. When they made promises about the future, they were expressing genuine intentions rather than just saying what seemed appropriate in the moment. When they showed affection or expressed commitment, it reflected their authentic feelings rather than politeness, habit, or temporary enthusiasm. This belief allowed you to receive love and commitment with open-hearted gratitude, to build trust and intimacy based on what people said they felt, rather than on skeptical analysis of their motivations. It made relationships feel more secure, more meaningful, more worth investing in emotionally and practically. But people are complex, and their feelings are more changeable than their words sometimes suggest. Someone can mean it completely when they say they love you, and then discover that their feelings have changed in ways they didn't anticipate. Someone can make promises with sincere intentions, and then find that circumstances make those promises impossible to keep. Someone can express commitment authentically in one moment, and then develop different priorities that make that commitment unsustainable. Learning that people often don't mean it, or don't mean it the way you understood it, or don't mean it for as long as you hoped they would, changes how you listen to declarations of love and commitment. You become more cautious about believing what people say, more attentive to what people do, more realistic about the gap between intention and follow-through. The loss of faith in people's words makes relationships both more realistic and more difficult. You become better at protecting yourself from disappointment, but also less able to receive affection with the simple trust that makes intimacy possible. You learn to listen for qualifications and escape clauses and expressions of love, to prepare for the possibility that commitments will be revised or abandoned, to value actions over words even when words are what you most want to hear. I need to be perfect. This belief drove you to excel in school, to please others at your own expense, to work harder than was healthy or sustainable, to hide mistakes and weaknesses rather than learning from them. It promised that if you could just eliminate all flaws, avoid all errors, meet all expectations, you would earn the love and approval and success that seemed to be conditionally offered to those who proved themselves worthy. The belief was reinforced by a culture that celebrates achievement and criticizes failure, by family systems that rewarded compliance and punished deviation, by institutions that ranked and sorted people based on their ability to meet predetermined standards. It felt not like an unreasonable expectation, but like the minimum requirement for a life worth living. But perfection is impossible for humans, and the pursuit of it creates more problems than it solves. The energy spent trying to eliminate all flaws is energy not available for creativity, risk-taking, authentic self-expression, and the kinds of learning that require making mistakes. The fear of imperfection prevents the very experiences that lead to growth, wisdom, and genuine competence. Letting go of the belief in the necessity of perfection was both liberating and terrifying. It meant you could stop exhausting yourself trying to meet impossible standards, but it also meant accepting that you would sometimes fail, sometimes disappoint people, sometimes reveal limitations that you couldn't eliminate through effort alone. The new understanding that you could be imperfect and still valuable, flawed and still lovable, limited and still worthy of respect, took time to integrate into your daily experience. The old belief had shaped your behavior for so long, that learning to act from different assumptions required conscious effort and repeated practice. It's too late for me. Whether it was about pursuing education, changing careers, finding love, having children, developing new skills, or simply becoming a different kind of person, you believed that certain opportunities had windows that had already closed for you. You were too old, too set in your ways, too far behind, too damaged by previous experiences to access possibilities that might have been available to younger, more flexible, less complicated versions of yourself. The belief felt realistic rather than pessimistic, based on practical assessment of your circumstances rather than unfounded negativity. Some opportunities do have age limits, some paths do become more difficult as time passes, some forms of development do come more easily during particular life stages. The belief protected you from the disappointment of pursuing goals that seemed unlikely to succeed. But the belief also closed off possibilities that might have remained open, prevented exploration of interests that might have led to unexpected fulfillment, discouraged efforts that might have succeeded despite seeming impractical. It underestimated human adaptability, the possibility of second careers and late-blooming talents, the ways that life experience can be an asset rather than just a limitation. The realization that it might not be too late for you, that certain opportunities might still be available, that you might be capable of changes you had written off as impossible, was both exciting and overwhelming. If it wasn't too late, then you were responsible for choices you had been avoiding, accountable for possibilities you had been ignoring, capable of changes that would require courage and effort and tolerance for uncertainty. Love is enough. You believed that if two people truly loved each other, they could overcome any obstacle, work through any problem, survive any challenge that life presented. Love would provide the motivation to change problematic behaviors, the patience to endure difficult periods, the creativity to solve practical problems that seemed insurmountable. Love was not just an emotion, but a force, a power that could transform both individuals and relationships in ways that made all other considerations secondary. This belief allowed you to enter relationships with enormous optimism, to commit deeply despite practical incompatibilities, to persist through difficulties that might have discouraged someone with a more realistic assessment of love's limitations. It made love feel more valuable, more transformative, more worthy of the risks and sacrifices it often demands. But love, while necessary for healthy relationships, is not sufficient by itself. Practical compatibility matters. Shared values matter. Timing matters. Economic circumstances matter. Mental health matters. Family dynamics matter. Cultural differences matter. Love cannot eliminate these factors or make them irrelevant, no matter how sincere and deep the feeling between two people. Learning that love is not enough doesn't diminish its importance or beauty, but it does complicate the decisions about how to pursue it and when to let it go. Love becomes one crucial factor among many rather than the only factor that matters, one necessary ingredient in successful relationships rather than the single element that can overcome all obstacles. If I try hard enough, it won't end. You believed that effort could prevent loss, that if you paid close enough attention, worked hard enough at maintenance, anticipated problems quickly enough to address them, you could preserve what mattered to you indefinitely. Relationships would last if you communicated well enough. Jobs would be secure if you performed excellently enough. Health would be maintained if you took careful enough care of your body. Happiness would continue if you arranged your life skillfully enough. This belief gave you enormous motivation to invest in the things that mattered to you, to develop skills in relationship maintenance, professional excellence, self-care, and life management. It made loss feel preventable rather than inevitable, made effort feel meaningful rather than futile, made care and attention feel like insurance policies against the randomness that threatens everything valuable. But some losses cannot be prevented through effort. People die regardless of how much love and medical care surround them. Relationships end despite excellent communication and deep commitment. Economic forces eliminate jobs regardless of individual performance. Natural disasters and accidents and diseases arrive without regard for how carefully people have tried to protect themselves and their loved ones. The realization that trying hard enough cannot prevent ending is one of the most difficult truths of adult life. It forces you to confront the limits of human agency, the role of chance and circumstance in determining outcomes, the fact that loss is built into the structure of existence rather than being a correctable flaw in the system. But accepting that effort cannot prevent all loss doesn't mean that effort is pointless. It means that effort's value lies not in its ability to guarantee particular outcomes, but in its capacity to create meaning, connection, and fulfillment during whatever time is available. Trying hard enough may not prevent things from ending, but it can influence how they unfold while they last and how they conclude when their time comes. These lost beliefs, that people would stay, that good things would last forever, that we could know ourselves completely, that we could fix everything, that we weren't good enough, that people always meant what they said, that we needed to be perfect, that it was too late for change, that love conquered all, that effort prevented loss, represent more than just ideas we once held and then abandoned. They were the invisible foundation of how we understood reality, the assumptions that shaped our choices and expectations and emotional responses to experience. Losing them meant losing entire ways of being in the world, entire approaches to relationships and challenges and opportunities. But perhaps the loss of beliefs is different from other kinds of loss, because what replaces them is often more accurate, more nuanced, more useful for navigating the actual complexity of human existence. The new beliefs may be less comforting than the old ones, but they may also be more compatible with reality, more sustainable over time, more helpful for making decisions that serve both individual well-being and genuine connection with others. The beliefs we lose become part of our intellectual and emotional history, evidence of our capacity for growth and change, proof that we can survive the collapse of certainties that once felt essential to our functioning. They teach us that identity is more flexible than we imagine, that wisdom often involves holding multiple contradictory ideas simultaneously, that the most important truths are often the ones that are difficult to accept but impossible to ignore once we encounter them. Maybe the secret is not to hold beliefs too tightly, but to remain open to evidence that contradicts them, to understand that changing our minds is often a sign of growth rather than weakness, to appreciate beliefs for their temporary usefulness rather than their permanent truth. And maybe the goal is to develop the kind of intellectual humility that allows us to hold our current beliefs provisionally as the best understanding we can manage given our current knowledge and experience, while remaining open to the possibility that future knowledge and experience will require us to revise our understanding once again. Time is the ultimate thief, stealing everything we try to keep while leaving behind only the memory of its passage. But unlike other thieves, time doesn't break into our lives from the outside. It operates from within, woven so completely into the fabric of existence that we can't separate ourselves from it long enough to protect what we value from its influence. We're always inside time, always subject to its laws, always participating in the very process that ensures nothing we experience will last exactly as it is for longer than the moment we're experiencing it. We measure time obsessively, divide it into units we can name and count, create calendars and schedules and deadlines that give us the illusion of controlling it. But measurement is not mastery, and naming is not taming. Time remains fundamentally wild, fundamentally beyond human management, fundamentally committed to change regardless of our preferences about what should stay the same. The things we lose to time are different from the things we lose to accident or choice or circumstance, because temporal loss is built into the structure of experience itself. Every moment that passes is a moment that can never be recovered. Every day that ends is a day that joins the irretrievable past. Every year that concludes takes with it a specific configuration of relationships, possibilities, and circumstances that will never be exactly reproduced. We spend enormous energy trying to stop time, or slow it down, or at least make it feel less like an adversary and more like a resource we can budget and allocate according to our priorities. But time is not currency. It cannot be saved for later use, cannot be borrowed against future availability, cannot be transferred from contexts where we have too much to contexts where we need more. The most painful aspect of losing things to time is the way it happens gradually, imperceptibly, without the dramatic moments that make other forms of loss recognizable and grievable. We don't lose our youth in a single day, our opportunities in a single decision, our capacity for certain experiences in a single moment of awareness. Instead, these losses accumulate so slowly that we often don't notice them until they're complete, until we're looking back from a distance that makes clear how much has already passed beyond our reach. Your first day of school. It happened only once, that particular combination of nervous excitement and complete uncertainty that defined your initial entry into formal education. You wore new clothes, carried new supplies, met children you had never seen before who would become classmates, friends, or simply familiar faces in the hallway for the next several years of your life. Everything was fresh and overwhelming. The smell of the building, the sound of institutional bells marking time you didn't yet understand, the authority of adults who weren't your parents, but who expected you to listen to them anyway. You were learning not just academic subjects, but the complex social dynamics of classroom behaviour, playground politics, the unspoken rules that governed how children were supposed to interact with each other and with authority figures. That first day contained so much possibility, so many unknowns that would eventually be resolved into the ordinary reality of school attendance. You didn't know which subjects you would excel at or struggle with, which teachers would inspire you or frustrate you, which friendships would form or which conflicts would emerge. The entire educational experience stretched ahead of you like uncharted territory. But first days, by definition, can only happen once. The next day you went to school, you were already someone who had been to school before, someone who understood at least some of the basic expectations and routines. You were no longer a complete beginner, no longer experiencing everything for the first time, no longer carrying the pure anxiety and anticipation that had characterized that initial encounter with formal education. Years later, you might remember fragments of that first day, what you wore, what you ate for breakfast, how the classroom looked, which parent walked you to the building. But you can never again experience the world with the combination of innocence and excitement that defined your consciousness on that particular morning when everything about school was new and unknown and full of possibility. A holiday that felt magical, whether it was Christmas morning when you still believed in Santa Claus, or a birthday when being another year older felt like a genuine achievement, or some other celebration that captured your imagination completely. There was a time when certain holidays felt genuinely transformative, when the ordinary world became enchanted through ritual and anticipation, and the power of believing that special days were actually special. The magic wasn't just about gifts or treats or special privileges, though those elements contributed to the overall sense of extraordinariness. It was about the way time itself seemed different on those days, more concentrated, more significant, more capable of containing experiences that wouldn't fit into ordinary days. It was about the way the entire household or community reorganized itself around celebration, creating atmospheres that felt separate from normal life. You participated in traditions that connected you to generations of people who had celebrated the same holidays in similar ways, but you also experienced those traditions with the immediacy and intensity that only childhood can bring to repeated events. The familiar became wonderful through the alchemy of anticipation and the genuine belief that this day mattered more than other days. But the magical quality of holidays depends partly on innocence, partly on the capacity for wholehearted belief in the significance of ritual and tradition. As you grew older and learned about the commercial and social forces that shaped holiday celebrations, as you became more aware of family dynamics and cultural expectations, as you developed more complex relationships with tradition and religion and community, the pure magic became harder to sustain. The holidays might still be enjoyable, meaningful, worth celebrating and anticipating, but they couldn't recreate the particular quality of enchantment that had made them feel like genuine interruptions in the ordinary flow of time, like doorways into versions of reality where wonder was the dominant emotion and everything felt possible. A weekend that changed everything. Maybe it was when you met someone who had become important in your life, or when you made a decision that altered your trajectory, or when you had an experience that shifted your understanding of yourself or the world in ways that would influence everything that came after. At the time, it might have felt like an ordinary weekend, just another couple of days off from work or school, another brief respite from routine obligations. But some weekends contain more transformation per hour than entire months of regular time. They become turning points in personal history, the moments when one phase of life concludes and another begins, When possibilities that had been theoretical become practical, when understanding that had been abstract becomes experiential. The weekend felt different while you were living through it, more vivid, more significant, more charged with meaning than typical stretches of free time. Conversations had unusual depth, experiences had unusual intensity, choices felt more consequential than they usually did. You might have sensed that something important was happening, but you probably couldn't have predicted exactly how important it would turn out to be. But weekends that change everything can only change everything once. After the transformation occurs, you become someone who has already been transformed, someone who carries the insights and experiences and relationships that the weekend provided. Future weekends might be wonderful, meaningful, full of their own forms of significance, but they cannot recreate the particular kind of change that characterized the one that marked a genuine transition in your life. Looking back, that weekend feels both completely real and somehow mythical, like something that happened to you, but also like something from a story about transformation and possibility. It exists in memory, with a clarity and significance that makes ordinary time seem pale by comparison. But it also exists as something that can never be repeated, never be returned to, never be experienced again with the innocence and openness that made the transformation possible. A season you barely noticed. You were preoccupied with other concerns, work deadlines, relationship problems, family obligations, health issues, financial stress, and the natural world's transition from one season to another passed largely beneath your conscious awareness. Spring arrived and departed, or summer concluded and became autumn, or winter settled in and eventually gave way to warmth. But you were too distracted by immediate demands to pay attention to the subtle changes in light and temperature and vegetation that marked time's passage. Only later, when the season was completely over, did you realize that you had missed it almost entirely. You had been physically present for all the days it contained, had experienced the weather it provided, had lived through its particular configuration of daylight and darkness. But you hadn't been emotionally or spiritually present, hadn't allowed yourself to appreciate its specific gifts, hadn't noticed the way it was different from the seasons that preceded and followed it. The loss felt particularly poignant because seasons are generous in their availability. They last for months, provide countless opportunities for attention and appreciation, offer their beauty and significance freely to anyone willing to notice. Unlike brief events that require perfect timing to appreciate, seasons give us many chances to acknowledge their presence and value their contributions to the rhythm of the year. But seasons, once lost to inattention, cannot be recovered. That particular spring, with its specific combination of weather and light, and your circumstances during those months, will never return. That summer, autumn, or winter is gone completely, taking with it whatever opportunities for renewal, beauty, reflection, or rest it might have provided if you had been present enough to receive them. The realization that you had sleepwalked through an entire season became a reminder of how easily life can pass without being fully lived, how distraction and preoccupation can steal experiences that are available for free, but that require presence to receive. It highlighted the difference between surviving time and appreciating time, between getting through experiences and allowing experiences to enrich your understanding of what it means to be alive in a world that changes constantly and offers its gifts whether or not anyone is paying attention. A birthday you forgot. It belonged to someone you cared about, a family member, friend, colleague, and in previous years you had remembered to acknowledge it with calls, cards, gifts, or at least recognition of the day's significance in their life. But this year, caught up in your own concerns and the general chaos of daily existence, the date passed without registering in your consciousness as anything other than another square on the calendar. You only realized your oversight later, maybe when someone else mentioned the birthday in conversation, or when you saw social media posts celebrating the person, or when you checked your calendar and noticed the notation you had made months earlier but had somehow failed to act upon when the day actually arrived. The realization brought immediate guilt and embarrassment, the recognition that you had failed to perform one of the basic rituals of relationship maintenance. But the lost birthday represented more than just a social mistake or a failure of memory. It represented the way time can become so fragmented and demanding that we lose track of the rhythms that connect us to other people, the way individual preoccupation can make us temporarily forget our obligations to maintain the networks of attention and care that sustain relationships over time. The birthday couldn't be recovered or repeated. You could apologize, could send belated acknowledgements, could try to make up for the oversight with extra attention during future celebrations. But that specific opportunity to mark their special day while it was actually their special day was gone forever, taking with it the particular pleasure that comes from being remembered exactly when remembering matters most. The forgotten birthday became a reminder of how much relationship maintenance depends on attention to time, on the ability to remain aware of other people's needs and celebrations, even when your own life feels overwhelming. It highlighted the difference between caring about someone and successfully expressing that care in ways they can recognize and appreciate. The week your life shifted, you probably didn't realize it was happening while it was happening. The shift was too gradual, too subtle, too embedded in the ordinary activities of daily life to announce itself as a major transition. But looking back, you can identify the specific 7-day period when everything started moving in a different direction, when the trajectory of your life began changing in ways that would become clear only much later. Maybe it was the week you started having serious conversations about ending a relationship that had felt permanent. Maybe it was when you first began seriously considering a career change that had previously been just a fantasy. Maybe it was when a health issue emerged that would eventually require significant adjustments to how you lived. Maybe it was when you met someone who had become important in ways you couldn't have anticipated during that initial encounter. The week felt ordinary while you were living through it. The same basic routines, the same general concerns, the same type of decisions you made every week about how to allocate your time and energy. But within that apparent ordinariness, something fundamental was shifting. Some combination of circumstances and choices and realizations was moving your life toward a future that would be significantly different from the future you had been expecting. Those pivotal weeks become precious in memory, not because of any single dramatic event they contained, but because they represent the mysterious process by which lives change, gradually, quietly, through the accumulation of small adjustments that add up to major transformations. They remind us that the most important changes often happen without fanfare, without clear moments of decision, without the kind of obvious significance that makes them easy to recognize while they are occurring. But once a week has shifted your life, it joins the category of time that can never be repeated or returned to. You become someone who has already undergone that particular transition, someone who carries the knowledge and experience that the shift provided. Future weeks might bring other shifts, other forms of transformation, but they cannot recreate the specific combination of innocence and possibility that characterized the one when everything started moving in a different direction. The night you never slept, whether it was due to excitement about something wonderful that was about to happen, anxiety about something difficult you had to face, physical discomfort that made rest impossible, or simply the kind of mental agitation that sometimes keeps consciousness active long past its usual bedtime. You spent an entire night awake while the world around you slept. The experience had its own strange quality, its own rhythm that was completely different from the rhythm of normal days. Time moved differently when measured in hours of wakefulness rather than cycles of sleep and wake. The darkness felt more profound, the silence more complete, the sense of being alone more intense than during ordinary periods of solitude. You watched the night progress through phases you rarely witnessed, the deep darkness of midnight, the profound quiet of the hours before dawn, the gradual lightening that preceded sunrise. You experienced your own consciousness in a state you rarely encountered, observed the way thoughts and feelings evolved when not interrupted by the reset that sleep usually provides. The sleepless night became a kind of vision quest, an involuntary journey into altered consciousness that revealed aspects of yourself and your circumstances that were usually hidden by the normal patterns of daily life. Problems that seemed manageable during busy days revealed their true complexity when examined for hours without distraction. Feelings that were usually kept in check by routine and social obligation emerged with unusual clarity and intensity. But sleepless nights exist outside normal time, in a space that feels suspended between one day and the next, between one state of consciousness and another. When they end, when sleep finally comes, when regular schedules resume, when ordinary life reasserts itself, they feel like dreams, like experiences that happened to someone else, like visions that might not have been entirely real. The insights gained during sleepless nights often fade with the return of a normal sleep patterns. The problems that seemed so urgent in the dark often feel manageable again in daylight. The altered perspective that felt so revelatory in isolation often seems less significant when filtered through the demands of social interaction and practical responsibility. A year that slipped by, you intended to pay more attention to it, to make it count, to use it productively for pursuing goals that mattered to you. January arrived with resolutions and plans, with calendar entries for important events and deadlines for meaningful projects. You thought you would have plenty of time to accomplish what you wanted to accomplish, to change what you wanted to change, to become who you wanted to become. But somehow the months passed faster than you expected, faster than seemed possible, given how slowly individual days sometimes moved. Spring surprised you by arriving when it still felt like winter should continue. Summer ended before you had properly appreciated its warmth and light. Fall concluded before you had fully processed its beauty and significance. December appeared with its own demands and distractions, and suddenly the year was over without your having accomplished most of what you had planned to accomplish. The year that slipped by joined the growing collection of time that felt simultaneously completely real. You had lived through every day of it, after all, and somehow insubstantial, somehow like it had happened to someone else or in some other dimension where normal rules about duration and attention didn't apply. Looking back, you could identify specific events and experiences from each month, could reconstruct a chronological account of what had happened when. But the subjective experience was of time moving too quickly to grasp, of a year that had somehow abbreviated itself without permission, of an entire cycle of seasons that felt more like a single season in terms of how much attention you had been able to pay to its passage. The lost year became a reminder of the difference between time passing and time being used consciously, between surviving through a period and actively engaging with the opportunities it provides. It highlighted how easily an entire year could slip away if not approached with intentionality, how natural it was to assume that time would always be available for the things that mattered most to you. An hour you wasted. It wasn't time you spent on necessary but unpleasant tasks, or time you invested in relationships that required maintenance, or time you used for rest and recovery that your body and mind needed. It was time you spent on activities that provided no satisfaction, no learning, no connection, no progress toward any goal you actually cared about. It was time that passed without contributing anything meaningful to your life or anyone else's. Maybe you scrolled through social media without interest or engagement, watching other people's lives pass by without feeling any genuine connection to their experiences. Maybe you watched television programs that didn't entertain or educate you, that left you feeling more tired and less inspired than you had been before you turned on the screen. Maybe you engaged in conversations that went nowhere, arguments that resolved nothing, activities that filled time without filling any actual need or desire. During the hour itself, you might have been dimly aware that you were not using time well, but the awareness wasn't strong enough to motivate different choices. The wasted activities felt easier than purposeful ones, less demanding than focused engagement, more compatible with whatever mood or energy level you happened to be experiencing. But afterward, when the hour was gone and had left no trace of value or meaning in its wake, you felt the peculiar regret that comes from recognizing that time, the one resource you cannot replace, cannot recover, cannot manufacture more of, had been spent on nothing worthwhile. An hour that could have been used for creation, connection, learning, service, rest, or any number of activities that might have left you feeling more alive and engaged. The wasted hour became a representative of all the time you had lost to distraction, procrastination, depression, or simple lack of clarity about what mattered enough to deserve your attention. It reminded you that time passes whether or not you use it consciously, that every hour is an opportunity that will never be available again, that the question is not whether time will pass, but whether its passage will leave behind anything worth having experienced. A minute that meant the world. In the midst of an ordinary day, during a routine activity that should have been unremarkable, something happened that changed everything. Maybe someone said something that shifted your understanding of yourself or your circumstances. Maybe you had a realization that clarified problems you'd been struggling with for months. Maybe you experienced a moment of connection, or recognition, or beauty that gave new meaning to experiences you had been taking for granted. The minute felt expanded, concentrated, as if normal time had been temporarily suspended to allow for the kind of experience that usually requires much longer to unfold. Everything else, the noise of daily life, the pressure of obligations, the mental chatter that usually filled your consciousness, faded into background, creating space for something rare and important to emerge. You tried to hold on to it, to extend the moment, to understand exactly what was happening and why it felt so significant. But the minute passed as all minutes do, returning you to ordinary time and ordinary consciousness, leaving behind only the memory of what it had felt like to experience time as depth rather than duration, as intensity rather than mere passage. That single minute became more valuable than entire weeks or months of ordinary experience, more memorable than events that had taken hours to unfold, more influential on your subsequent choices and understanding than activities you had spent years pursuing. It represented the mysterious way that significance operates independently of duration. That meaning can be concentrated into tiny periods of time that carry more transformative power than lengthy periods devoted to apparently important activities. The minute that meant the world reminded you that time's value is not measured by its quantity, but by its quality, not by how much time passes, but by what happens during the time that passes. It suggested that a life well lived might be measured not in years, but in moments, not in the accumulation of time, but in the depth of attention brought to whatever time is available. These lost portions of time, first days, magical holidays, transformative weekends, unnoticed seasons, forgotten birthdays, pivotal weeks, sleepless nights, slipped away years, wasted hours and precious minutes, represent more than just the passage of duration. They are the substance from which life is made, the raw material of experience, the medium through which everything we value must be achieved and expressed and shared. We lose time constantly, inevitably, through the simple fact of being alive in a temporal universe where every moment moves us further from what was and closer to what will be. But we also lose time through inattention, through preoccupation, through the failure to recognize that the present moment is the only time we actually possess, the only time when action and appreciation and connection are actually possible. The grief for lost time is different from other griefs, because it mourns not what we had and lost, but what we could have had if we'd been more present, more intentional, more aware of time's value while we were spending it. It's grief for opportunities missed, for experiences not fully appreciated, for moments that passed without being recognized as moments that mattered. But perhaps the loss of time also teaches us something essential about how to live with the time that remains. If we cannot save time, we can at least spend it consciously. If we cannot slow its passage, we can at least increase our presence to whatever experience it contains. If we cannot make time last forever, we can at least make it matter while it's here. Maybe the secret is not to fight time's passage, but to surrender to it more completely, to stop trying to hold on to moments and start trying to live inside them more fully. Maybe the goal is not to prevent time from passing, but to ensure that when it passes, it leaves behind evidence of attention, intention, connection, and care. Time will take everything we try to keep, but it cannot take the quality of presence we bring to whatever time we're given. The moments we lose to distraction are gone forever, but the moments we live with full awareness become part of who we are in ways that transcend their temporal boundaries. In the end, we may not be able to hold on to time, but we can become worthy of the time we're given, and that may be the closest thing to victory that temporal beings can achieve. In the end, we discover that the thing we spent the most energy trying to hold on to was the thing we never actually possessed. Control itself. Not control over specific outcomes, though we certainly tried to manage those too, but control over the fundamental unpredictability of existence, control over the forces that shape experience, control over the vast network of circumstances and choices and accidents that determine what happens to us and around us and because of us. We believed, somewhere deep in our unconscious assumptions about how the world works, that if we just tried hard enough, planned carefully enough, anticipated thoroughly enough, we could make life cooperative with our intentions. This belief in the possibility of control gave us enormous motivation to engage with challenges, to work toward goals, to invest in relationships and projects and dreams that required sustained effort over time. It made action feel meaningful rather than arbitrary, made planning feel practical rather than delusional, made hope feel realistic rather than naive. The belief that we could influence outcomes encouraged us to try, and trying often led to results that seemed to confirm that control was possible. But control, as it turns out, is mostly illusion. We can influence some things, sometimes, under certain circumstances, within narrow ranges for limited periods. But the deeper currents that shape existence, the economic forces that determine opportunities, the biological processes that govern health and aging, the social dynamics that influence relationships, the random events that disrupt even the most careful plans, these remain largely beyond individual management, largely indifferent to personal preference, largely unconcerned with human ideas about how things should unfold. The loss of the illusion of control is perhaps the most fundamental loss of adult life, the recognition that undermines all other attempts to hold on to anything permanently. If we cannot control the basic conditions of existence, then everything we value remains vulnerable to forces we cannot prevent, cannot predict, cannot prepare for adequately. If control is impossible, then loss is inevitable, and the only question is not whether we will lose what matters to us, but when and how and what we will make of the experience of losing. But discovering that control is impossible does not mean that agency is meaningless. We may not be able to control outcomes, but we can still influence them. We may not be able to prevent all loss, but we can still affect how loss unfolds and what it teaches us. We may not be able to hold on to anything permanently, but we can still determine the quality of attention and care we bring to whatever we're given, for whatever time we're given it. Their opinion of you. You cared so much about what they thought, how they perceived you, whether they approved of your choices and admired your qualities and wanted to spend time with you. Their opinion felt like a verdict on your worth. Their approval like confirmation that you were the kind of person who deserved good things. Their disapproval like evidence that you had failed at some fundamental level to be worthy of love and respect. You tried to manage their perception through careful self-presentation, strategic sharing of information, calculated displays of your best qualities, while hiding your flaws and uncertainties and needs. You monitored their responses to you for signs of judgment, analysed their words and expressions and body language for clues about whether you were meeting their standards, adjusted your behaviour based on what you thought would earn their positive regard. The effort was exhausting because it required constant vigilance, constant performance, constant suppression of aspects of yourself that might not meet with approval. You became skilled at being the version of yourself that you thought they wanted to see, but you also became increasingly disconnected from the version of yourself that existed when no one was watching, when approval was not at stake, when you could simply be rather than trying to be impressive. But other people's opinions form through processes that are largely beyond your influence. They filter your actions through their own experiences, their own biases, their own needs and fears and preferences. They may not notice the qualities you most want them to see, or they may notice things you didn't intend to reveal. They may misinterpret your intentions, misunderstand your motivations, or simply have different values than you do about what makes someone worthy of respect. Eventually you realize that their opinion of you said as much about them as it did about you, that trying to control how others perceived you was like trying to control the weather, occasionally possible in small ways, but fundamentally futile as a general strategy. You learned that the most authentic relationships formed when you stopped trying to manage other people's impressions and started simply being yourself, trusting that the people who appreciated your actual qualities were the ones worth knowing anyway. The outcome of your choices. You believed that good decisions led to good results, that careful analysis and thoughtful planning and ethical consideration of options would consistently produce outcomes that justified the effort invested in making wise choices. This belief made decision-making feel empowering rather than anxiety-provoking, made responsibility feel manageable rather than overwhelming, made action feel meaningful rather than arbitrary. You developed elaborate systems for evaluating options, researching possibilities, consulting advisors, anticipating consequences. You tried to choose careers that would provide security and satisfaction, partners who would offer love and compatibility, living situations that would support your goals and values, investments that would grow reliably over time. You put enormous energy into making the best possible choices, believing that better choices would inevitably lead to better outcomes. But outcomes depend on countless factors beyond the quality of individual decisions. Economic conditions change, affecting job security and investment returns in ways that have nothing to do with how wisely you chose originally. People change, including romantic partners, in ways that alter relationships regardless of how compatible you seemed initially. Health issues arise despite excellent lifestyle choices. Natural disasters and accidents and social upheavals disrupt even the most carefully constructed plans. Sometimes poor decisions led to surprisingly good outcomes through lucky timing or unexpected opportunities. Sometimes excellent decisions led to disappointing results due to circumstances that couldn't have been anticipated when the choices were made. The relationship between choice quality and outcome quality proved to be much looser than you had hoped, much more subject to random variation than you had planned for. Learning that you couldn't control outcomes didn't eliminate the importance of making thoughtful choices, but it did change your relationship to decision-making. You continued to research options and consider consequences, but you also learned to hold your plans lightly, to adapt when circumstances changed, to measure success by the quality of your decision-making process rather than only by the results that process produced. The passage of time, you tried to slow it down during periods when you were happy, to speed it up during periods when you were suffering, to make it more efficient when you had goals to accomplish, to make it more spacious when you needed rest or reflection. You scheduled activities precisely, planned events months in advance, set deadlines that would motivate productivity, arranged your life to maximize the value extracted from whatever time you had available. Time seemed responsive to your efforts sometimes. Engaging activities made hours pass quickly. Boring obligations made minutes drag. Busy periods compressed months into what felt like weeks. Leisurely vacations expanded days into what felt like much longer experiences. These variations suggested that time was at least partially subjective, at least somewhat malleable through consciousness and attention, and the quality of experience. But time's underlying rhythm remained completely indifferent to your preferences about how it should behave. It moved at exactly the same pace regardless of whether you wanted it to hurry or linger, regardless of whether you were ready for what was coming next or desperate to move beyond what was happening now. Birthdays arrived annually, whether or not you felt prepared to be another year older. Deadlines approached at their predetermined pace, whether or not you had accomplished what you intended to accomplish. The fantasy of controlling time was particularly seductive because it promised solutions to so many other problems. If you could slow time during good experiences, you could make happiness last longer. If you could speed time during difficult experiences, you could minimize suffering. If you could allocate time more efficiently, you could achieve more goals, maintain more relationships, enjoy more pleasures, contribute more value to the world. But time cannot be saved for later use, cannot be borrowed against future availability, cannot be redistributed from contexts where it feels abundant to contexts where it feels scarce. Learning to accept time's natural pace rather than fighting against it became one of the essential skills of adult life, one of the fundamental surrenders that made peace possible in a world organized around temporal rhythms that remained forever beyond human management. Someone else's feelings. You wanted them to love you, or at least like you, or at minimum not be angry with you. Their emotional responses to you felt like measures of your success as a person, evidence of whether you were doing relationship correctly, proof of whether you deserved the kind of connection you craved. When they were happy with you, you felt validated and secure. When they were disappointed or frustrated, You felt like you had failed at something essential. You tried to make them happy through gifts, attention, service, agreement with their opinions, accommodation of their preferences. You monitored their moods for signs that they were satisfied with you, or indications that you needed to adjust your behaviour to earn back their approval. You took responsibility for their emotional well-being, believing that if you just tried hard enough, you could create the conditions that would keep them content. But feelings arise from complex internal processes that are largely beyond external influence. Someone's mood on any given day might be affected by their sleep quality, their hormone levels, their unresolved relationship with their parents, their anxiety about work, their philosophical struggles with the meaning of existence. Their response to you might have more to do with what they had for breakfast than with anything you said or did. Even when their feelings were directly related to your actions, you couldn't control their interpretation of those actions, their emotional responses to your choices, their capacity to appreciate your intentions versus their reaction to your impact. The same gesture that delighted them one day might irritate them the next. The same words that comforted them during one conversation might feel inadequate during another. Learning that you couldn't control other people's feelings was both liberating and terrifying. It meant you could stop exhausting yourself, trying to manage their emotional states, but it also meant accepting that some of their feelings toward you might be negative regardless of how much effort you invested in being lovable. It meant you could focus on being authentic rather than being strategically appealing, but it also meant accepting that authenticity might not always be rewarded with the approval you hoped to receive. What could have been? You spent enormous mental energy constructing alternative histories, imagining how your life might have unfolded if you had made different choices, if circumstances had been different, if opportunities had appeared that never materialized. These alternate versions of your life felt real and compelling, sometimes more attractive than the life you were actually living, sometimes painful in their contrast to your current circumstances. You replayed important decisions, wondering what would have happened if you had chosen the other job, the other relationship, the other city, the other path through the maze of options that life had presented. You calculated how different choices might have led to different outcomes, how alternative scenarios might have produced more success, more happiness, more satisfaction than what you had actually achieved. The alternative histories were particularly seductive during difficult periods, when your current circumstances felt disappointing, or frustrating, or simply not what you had hoped for when you were making the choices that had led to them. The other life, the one where you had been braver, wiser, luckier, seemed to offer everything your current life lacked, to represent the fulfillment that remained elusive in your actual experience. But what could have been exists only in imagination, only in the realm of speculation and fantasy, and regret that has no connection to what actually is, or what actually might be possible going forward. The alternative histories you constructed were based on limited information about how complex systems actually work, about how different choices would have interacted with all the other variables that shape outcomes. Learning to let go of what could have been was one of the most difficult surrenders of adult life. The recognition that the life you were actually living was the only life available to you, that the choices you had actually made were the foundation upon which any future choices would have to be built. It meant accepting your actual history rather than mourning your imaginary alternatives, working with your real circumstances rather than lamenting your theoretical opportunities. The past. You wanted to change it, to undo mistakes that had caused harm, to take back words that had damaged relationships, to make different choices that would have led to better outcomes. The past felt heavy with regret, loaded with evidence of your failures and limitations, haunted by all the ways you had fallen short of your own standards for how you should have behaved. You replayed conversations that had gone wrong, rehearsing better responses you could have given if you'd been wiser or quicker or more articulate. You imagined scenarios where you'd been braver, kinder, more patient, more understanding, more capable of rising to the occasions that had tested your character. You tried to learn from your mistakes so thoroughly that you could somehow retroactively redeem them. The desire to control the past was particularly acute when it came to harm you had caused to other people. If you could just go back and handle situations differently, you could eliminate the pain you had inflicted, the relationships you had damaged, the opportunities you had wasted through poor judgment or inadequate effort. The past felt like a burden you carried everywhere, a weight that made forward movement more difficult. But the past cannot be changed, cannot be improved, cannot be edited or revised or corrected through any amount of current regret or future good behaviour. What happened happened, and its effects continue to ripple forward through time regardless of how much you wish things had been different. The energy spent trying to change what cannot be changed is energy not available for responding wisely to what can still be influenced. Learning to accept the past as fixed, as unchangeable, as simply the context within which present and future choices must be made was essential for mental health and forward progress. It meant taking responsibility for what you had done without being paralysed by what you couldn't undo, learning from mistakes without being defined by them, carrying your history without being trapped by it. The future. You made plans, set goals, created detailed visions of what you wanted your life to look like in 6 months, 5 years, 10 years from now. You worked backward from desired outcomes to identify the steps that would lead to them, the skills you needed to develop, the relationships you needed to build, the obstacles you needed to overcome. The future felt like a destination you could reach through sufficient planning and effort. You saved money for purchases you intended to make, prepared for career changes you wanted to pursue, invested in relationships you hoped would last, made choices based on their likely contribution to the future you were trying to create. The future felt real and attainable, something you could construct through the accumulation of present-moment decisions aligned with long-term objectives. But the future remained fundamentally unknowable, fundamentally subject to variables that couldn't be predicted or controlled. Economic conditions changed, health issues arose, relationships evolved in unexpected directions, opportunities appeared that hadn't been on your radar, obstacles emerged that you hadn't anticipated. The future you actually experienced was always different from the future you had planned, sometimes better, but often simply different in ways that made your careful preparations irrelevant. Some of the changes were small, requiring minor adjustments to your plans but not fundamental revision of your goals. Others were large, requiring complete reconsideration of what you wanted and what was possible for you to achieve. All of them reminded you that the future belonged to the realm of probability rather than certainty, hope rather than guarantee, influence rather than control. Learning to plan for the future while holding those plans lightly became one of the essential skills of adult life. It meant setting goals while remaining open to revision, making investments while accepting that returns were uncertain, working toward objectives while remaining flexible about methods and timelines, and even the objectives themselves. What you meant to them. You wanted to matter, to be important in their life, to be someone they thought about when you weren't around, someone they missed when you were absent, someone whose opinion influenced their decisions and whose presence brought them pleasure. You wanted your relationship with them to be one of the significant connections in their life, one of the relationships they would remember and value, even if circumstances eventually separated you. You tried to demonstrate your value through helpfulness, loyalty, understanding, availability during difficult times, celebration during happy times. You invested in their interests, remembered their preferences, offered support during challenges, shared their excitement during successes. You worked to become the kind of person they would want to keep in their life, the kind of friend or partner or family member who enriched their experience rather than complicating it. But what you meant to someone else formed through processes largely beyond your influence, processes that depended on their history, their current circumstances, their capacity for connection, their other relationships, their personal struggles and growth and change. You might mean something completely different to them than what you intended to mean, or you might mean less than you hoped despite all your efforts to be valuable to them. Sometimes people were good at expressing appreciation, at communicating clearly about what relationships meant to them, at ensuring that the people they cared about understood their importance, but sometimes people were private about their feelings, or assumed that their caring was obvious, or were going through periods when they had limited emotional resources available for relationship maintenance. Learning that you couldn't control what you meant to other people was both humbling and liberating. It meant accepting that some relationships might not develop the depth or significance you hoped for, but it also meant you could stop performing for approval and start simply being yourself, trusting that the connections that formed naturally would be more authentic and sustainable than the ones you tried to manufacture through strategic behavior. Your own narrative. You wanted to be the hero of your own story, the person who overcame obstacles through courage and determination, who learned from mistakes and grew stronger through challenges, who made a positive difference in the world through focused effort and good intentions. You wanted your life to have clear themes, satisfying character development, meaningful connections between different chapters, a narrative arc that would make sense to you and to others who knew your story. You tried to shape your experiences into coherent storylines, to interpret events in ways that supported your preferred self-image, to make choices that would advance the plot you wanted your life to follow. You selected which experiences to emphasize and which to downplay, which qualities to develop and which to minimize, which relationships to invest in and which to let fade. But life refused to cooperate with your narrative preferences. Events occurred that didn't fit your preferred storyline. You made choices that contradicted your self-image. You developed in directions you hadn't anticipated, faced challenges you hadn't prepared for, discovered capacities and limitations you hadn't known you possessed. The person you turned out to be was both related to and different from the person you had intended to become. Sometimes your actual story was more interesting than the one you had planned. Sometimes the deviations from your intended plot led to experiences and insights and relationships that enhanced your life in ways you couldn't have predicted. Sometimes the challenges that disrupted your narrative forced growth that wouldn't have occurred if your story had unfolded according to plan. Learning to let your story unfold naturally, rather than forcing it into predetermined shapes, became one of the ongoing practices of adult life. It meant remaining open to plot developments you hadn't scripted, character changes you hadn't anticipated, themes you hadn't chosen, but that emerged from the actual texture of your experience, rather than from your ideas about what your experience should contain. Anything, for long. In the end, this was the deepest recognition, that control itself was temporary, that whatever influence you managed to exert over your circumstances was provisional and partial and subject to change without notice. You might successfully manage some aspects of your life for some periods of time, but the management was always temporary, always vulnerable to forces larger than individual will. The illusion of control was seductive because it made effort feel meaningful, made planning feel practical, made hope feel realistic. It suggested that if you just tried hard enough, were smart enough, prepared thoroughly enough, you could make life cooperative with your intentions. But control was always an illusion, always a temporary experience of alignment between your intentions and circumstances, rather than evidence of your power to determine outcomes. The loss of control wasn't a failure of effort or intelligence or preparation. It was the natural condition of being human in a universe that operated according to principles much larger and more complex than individual preference. Weather happened regardless of your plans for outdoor activities. Other people made choices that affected your life regardless of your hopes about how they would behave. Economic and political forces shaped opportunities regardless of your personal qualifications or desires. But losing the illusion of control didn't mean that effort was pointless, or that nothing you did mattered. It meant that the value of action lay not in its ability to guarantee specific outcomes, but in its capacity to express your values, to contribute to the general well-being, to participate meaningfully in the vast collaborative project of existence. You couldn't control results, but you could influence them. You couldn't prevent all loss, but you could affect how loss unfolded and what it taught you. The recognition that you couldn't hold on to anything for long was ultimately liberating rather than devastating. It meant you could stop exhausting yourself, trying to make the temporary permanent, and start appreciating the temporary for what it was. You could enjoy good experiences fully without the anxiety of trying to preserve them. You could endure difficult experiences with the knowledge that they would pass. You could invest in relationships and projects and dreams without the burden of needing them to last forever. Learning to let go became the most important skill you never knew you needed to develop. Not letting go as giving up or surrendering in defeat, but letting go as participating gracefully in the natural rhythm of acquisition and loss that defines existence. Letting go as the way of loving fully while holding lightly, of caring deeply while accepting impermanence, of engaging completely while understanding that everything you engage with is always in the process of changing into something else. You couldn't hold on to their opinion of you, but you could be worthy of good opinions whether or not you received them. You couldn't control the outcomes of your choices, but you could make choices that reflected your values regardless of their results. You couldn't stop time's passage, but you could be present to whatever time brought. You couldn't manage other people's feelings, but you could treat them with kindness whether or not kindness was returned. You couldn't change what could have been, but you could work skillfully with what actually was. You couldn't alter the past, but you could learn from it without being imprisoned by it. You couldn't determine the future, but you could participate in creating it through present moment choices made with awareness and intention. You couldn't control what you meant to other people, but you could mean something authentic rather than something strategically constructed. You couldn't write your own narrative according to your preferences, but you could live it with integrity regardless of which plot developments occurred. And you couldn't hold on to anything for long, but you could appreciate everything more fully for being temporary, love everything more deeply for being fragile, treasure everything more completely for being irreplaceable and brief and already in the process of teaching you how to say goodbye. In the end, the things you couldn't hold on to taught you the most important lesson of all, that the attempt to hold on was what caused suffering, that the willingness to let go was what made love possible, that the acceptance of impermanence was what allowed you to be fully present to whatever gifts existence offered, for whatever time it offered them. You couldn't hold on to anything, but you could become someone worthy of having been given everything you were given, someone capable of gratitude for what was shared, rather than resentment for what was taken away, someone who understood that the inability to possess anything permanently was not a flaw in the design of existence, but the very condition that made appreciation possible, made love meaningful, made every moment precious because it would never come again,